Good evening, Who Dat Nation, and Merry Christmas in April to our Bayou Blitz family. Yes, indeed, if you are an NFL fan, this is much like Christmas morning, maybe even better if you're an adult. And I am Bob Rose. I'd like to be one of the first to welcome you to our Bayou Blitz Draft-a-thon. Joining me for the fifth, sixth-ish year in a row for our draft-a-thon is my friend, my co-host, and my fellow sycophant, Brendan Boylan. Brendan, happy Thursday.
Thursday, yeah. Yeah, that's it's not even, here's the funny thing, is it's not even Wednesday on a Thursday. It's actually just Thursday on a Thursday.
Right.
That's a little different. Yeah, sicko. I've thrown that word out, I guess, a little bit over the last 2 weeks, but a lot of us who love this and a lot of us that celebrate the draft like a national holiday, you guys are sickos. Congratulations. There's a title for it now. But yeah, 5 or 6 straight years of doing this with you. If I could sit back and like quickly replay draft picks over the last few years, I could probably figure it out. Ruiz was what, 2020?
Yep.
So that would be 4 years ago. 2019's first round pick was Peyton Turner.
Yep.
Turner 21.
Yeah. Turner was 21.
So who was 19?
19 was nobody until McCoy in the second. Yeah, it was nobody because they gave it away for Davenport in 18.
Okay, so 19 would have been the first year we did it.
Okay.
So there you go. So yeah, 5 years together for NFL draft nights. Let's go ahead and address the big news, right? And they kind of go hand in hand, right? These two things. And I guess we'll start with one and get to the other. But reports late last night, early this morning, from NFL Network that the Saints were toying with the idea and making some phone calls of potentially moving up in this draft to select a tackle more than likely. That should come as a surprise of no one, at least the addressing the tackle position part. The trading up is a little interesting, though, especially because Mickey Loomis came out today and said that there were about 14 players they would feel very comfortable drafting at 14, and even addressing the fact that it's not usually that high of a number of guys that they'd feel comfortable drafting there.
True.
So a little bit of a smoke show one way or another. This is this whole week leading up to the draft is the National Football Week of lies.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of, whether it's media, whether it's teams trying to steer people in different directions, there is a lot of bluffing. Lies is a little harsh. It's all a poker game. Like, everybody's bluffing a little bit. Everybody's trying to not reveal their hand to the other teams in the league. I get it. But Bob, with all of that, the news and the big news yesterday coming out that James Hurst unexpectedly announcing his retirement from football. Now, you would hope the Saints had some idea that was coming. You would hope. They might have got it out of left field just like everybody else did. Hurst could have woke up one morning and just been like, you know what? Left side of my body's not feeling the same this morning. I think it's time to hang it up. With that said, the Saints' offensive line depth was depleted already. Is at a point of, oh my God. Right now. Loomis did say that they have a lot of information on where Ryan Ramczyk and Trevor Penning are in their processes of kind of evaluating the roster. But Bob, you don't have a left tackle right now. You have half of a right tackle right now. You don't have a left guard right now. And a lot of that speaks to how valuable James Hurst was for this football team over the last few years. It also speaks to the value that Andrus Peat gave you when he was healthy the last few years.
Yeah.
So with all of that, Bob, going into today, we already knew it was going to be tackle. But
we think we knew.
We think we knew. Now we know we know. But with all of that said, do you now see this as a potential need for the Saints to move up in the draft and secure a top 3 tackle, opposed to letting the board kind of play its way out?
Brendan, if the Saints had more draft capital, I would say that it'd be a strong possibility.
Same wavelength, brother.
But I mean, New Orleans has 14 overall, as we all know, 45 overall, second round, and then not a pick again until 150, which is the 5th round. And then day 3, they have 4 picks in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. Now, we know that Mickey Loomis certainly doesn't bat an eye at trading future assets to move up or to get a player that he wants to get. But with so many holes on an aging team, Demario Davis, Ryan Ramczyk, Cam Jordan, others, in other positions that are really facing a key players at positions that are facing a key year, a make or break type of year in 2024. I don't think you can afford to give up draft picks, whether it's this year or next year, to move up. And also, if the tackle spot, which I've said since the beginning of the offseason, I consider extraordinarily deep. If you really had no surefire first round talents after the top 3, even 4 tackles, I would then still be an advocate of, okay, you got to move up and get this guy no matter what it costs. But I truly believe that even though there is a noticeable drop off after the top 2 tackles, that there could be as many as 8 offensive tackles in this draft that could be legitimate starters on day 1 for your team. So with all that having said, yeah, you need a tackle. Conceivably, you need 2. You need a guard. And you have other needs, at safety, defensive tackle, pass catcher, that you're not going to address in the first round, but you do need to address in this draft. You need to take advantage of every pick that you can get. And, therefore, while I love Olu Fashanu and I love Joe Alt, the consensus top 2 tackles, I just, unless somebody offers the Saints a sweetheart of a deal to move up, I can't see it happening. I'm sure that the rumors and the smoke screens were right, that they were at least placing calls. Most NFL teams do. But I can't see realistically a scenario where the New Orleans Saints move up in the first round to get any of these particular tackles or obviously any other position.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think a lot of that too is what you said about the lack thereof having a pick between 45, you said 45 and 150, somewhere in that range. If you had a 3rd round pick, even if you had a second round pick, maybe you're looking at it a little differently to move up a couple spots. Whoa, puppy got big.
Yeah.
They grow up so fast. But I think I'd feel differently when it comes to the fact that they have like 4 5th round picks. Could I see the Saints move up to, and we've talked about this before, could I see the Saints move up and try to get back into the second day in the 3rd round? Like, yeah, sure. Moving up in the first is a big ask. And for anybody that is rooting hard for that to happen, remember that there's no surefire things in drafts either. You want a perfect example. Marcus Davenport had a nickname of 2 firsts for his entire stay here.
Yeah.
For a reason. Surrendering future draft capital to move up and get a guy doesn't always work out. And this is definitely, this now, especially with the Hurst retirement, becomes you need to go find yourself a tackle of the future. But to Bob's point as well, in this draft, with the amount of day 3 picks you have to find some legitimate depth for some of the positions on this team. Offensive line, obviously a huge issue, but we've talked at length this offseason about other positions. The defensive line could use some depth. maybe a little boost and an upgrade on the interior. Safety is a position that you're kind of looking at going, well, can we get better there? Can we get some stronger depth there, some stronger pieces? Wide receiver, though they've added added a couple interesting guys in the offseason. That's still one where it's not solidified.
First parental warning of the evening. Roger Goodell is coming on my TV.
Oh,
go on, Brendan.
Now I gotta make this a PG-13 rated show now. Sorry for the little eyes at home. Apologies to all the mothers that are like, oh my goodness, little Billy watching his favorite podcasters saw something he'd never seen before. It's only guys, if this is your first draft-a-thon with us, this is only going to be an odder, weirder night. So you went the wrong way. I've done that so many times before where I've went to adjust myself or adjust something in the back and been like, wait a minute, I went the complete wrong way.
And man, it's only the first half hour of day one. You just imagine how punchy I'm going to be by day 3.
That's what I was kind of warning everybody about. If this is your first draft-a-thon with us, by late tonight, you're going to start seeing some effects. By day 3, we are just walking zombies. By day 3, and we've joked, but in all seriousness too, like Bob and I see more of each other over these 3 days than we see like our families. Our significant others, and that's just how this type of season or how this type of a part of the year goes for now the 5th straight year. Bob, I'm gonna have to dip here in a little bit, but I will be back around 9 o'clock. I wanted to throw this last thought out there, and maybe you can kind of elaborate your thoughts on it to the people after I leave. There are a few names, just like any draft, that are not names that play positions of need or position of need at this point for the Saints in round 1, that may fall into that sweet spot range where the Saints could jump up or just stay put and that name falls there. I'm thinking Brock Bowers. There's a couple receivers on there. I think 14 is really high for Penix Jr., but I know that's a name and a fan favorite at this point. So making the case to take just about any other position in the first round, I don't have one this year. I was hoping you could elaborate with people on what your case would be, but especially after them, like I might have had like a puncher's chance to give you guys an explanation before the Hurst news, after the Hurst news. Like I've been on the mat for about 7 rounds. They've counted me down and out 100 times over. I don't have a reason to get up and try to fight this fight with people anymore. So Bob, I will leave you with that. If you want to go down that road with people and explain why there is no other position the Saints should draft, and if the Saints do draft any other position, why you will probably be a little outraged. I'll probably be a little outraged. Everybody in these comments will be a little outraged, and then you'll have the few on Twitter that are going, yay. So I'll leave you with that. I'll see you in about 50 minutes, my friend. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Enjoy the Bob Rose Draft-a-thon show.
I was hoping Alan or one of our guests would jump in, but I am truly good doing this solo for 50 minutes, ain't I?
People can still jump in. I'll try to monitor it a little bit, and if somebody does jump in, I'll try to grab them in for you. But we'll see you guys all in a little bit. Bob, speak the truths to these people, and keep it at least PG-13. We don't need any R-rated stuff while I'm gone, okay?
I won't get us banned from the air before you get back. That's the only promise I can make.
Please don't do that. TikTok needs to be banned before us, even though that's a whole nother discussion for another time. Let's not get banned before TikTok does in the US, okay? All
right, folks. So you're stuck with me for almost an hour. I will give you the picks as they come in updated. Sometimes I get notifications ahead of time before they announce it on the TV. If I do, you guys will be the first to know before the television watching audience. But to Brendan's point, I can't make a case for the New Orleans Saints drafting anybody but an offensive lineman, generally and specifically an offensive tackle. In fact, I said on Alan Ulrich's Under the Dome podcast on Tuesday night, and I quote, if the Saints go another direction other than offensive tackle with their first pick, then I believe that the sanity of this entire franchise needs to be openly questioned by literally everybody. There are players there. If Marvin Harrison Jr. inexplicably slips all the way to 14, he's a generational. It looks like a generational talent. If you follow my work, you know that I love the Washington wide receiver Rome Odunze. Also love Jalen Polk, but not in the first round. Brock Bowers is a player at the Georgia tight end that a lot of Saints fans want. I get all that. Jared Verse, an edge rusher, would immediately boost your defensive line. But the Saints have players at all those positions. Maybe the depth could use an upgrade, youthful upgrade, things like that. They have nobody at offensive line. James Hurst retired. Trevor Penning. This coaches might believe in him, but the fact is he hasn't shown anything yet and was benched for 6 games. Benched for who? Andrus Peat, who is a free agent. Trey Turner, a free agent. Ryan Ramczyk, we don't know if he's going to be ready by the start of the season. And if he is, what kind of Ryan Ramczyk are you going to get? How limited is he going to be with that knee? How long is he going to be able to stay on the field? So fact is, the Saints need an offensive lineman, a starting tackle that's going to a plug and play type of guy on day one. And again, fortunately, if you need a tackle this year's the year to need a tackle, because I truly do believe that there are 7, maybe 8 offensive tackles that could be legitimate day one starters. And the Saints, I would think, would surely get one. Now, if you're a New Orleans fan, you have to be rooting for as many quarterbacks to come off the board. For Bowers, Harrison, Odunze, Neighbors from LSU, all those receivers, teams that need an edge rusher, draft them in the top 12. All those players, as those players come off the board in the first dozen to 13 picks, that means the tackles are going to slide down. So that's what we're going to be watching for, here on your Bayou Blitz Draft-a-thon. And with that, I'd like to welcome our friend. Most fans that follow this follow his show too, from Tuesday evenings Under the Dome podcast. My longtime friend and fellow Saints infuriant, Alan Ulrich. How are you tonight, Alan?
I'm doing good, Bob. I'm doing great. I'm wearing, in honor of 54 years since they've drafted a quarterback, I'm wearing the only quarterback they have drafted in the first round. 1971. Richard Nixon was president. We were in Vietnam. Nixon was still serving his first. He wasn't even reelected yet. That was 72. So that gives you an idea. The Saints were playing in Tulane Stadium, which ain't there no more. So yeah. So I'm wearing this because this streak will continue tonight. For all the reasons you just said. If I get it, if Jalen Daniels somehow makes it all the way down to 14, LSU fans be screaming, take him, take him, take him. But you just can't. You can't. You need a starting offensive tackle. It's just a must. And just before we went on the air, Nick Underhill is reporting that Fasano is the guy they're looking at from from Penn State. That's the guy they've got targeted. They had Latham for a long time as their top target. They kind of cooled off on him. And it seems to be that's who they've got targeted now as the Penn State tackle, which makes perfect sense. I mean, that's the guy you want. You really don't want to have to screw around. And the only concern I have is he going to be there at 14?
Yep. Yeah, and that's In my first mock, done way back earlier in the spring, actually, I think it was February. I did have Fashanu mocked to the Saints, but I did so with hesitation because I didn't believe then that he would be there at 14. As the process has gone along and we've come closer to draft night, now I really would have a hard time believing that Olu Fashanu is going to be there at 14. And of the rumors that the Saints were making calls to trade up, which Brendan and I addressed, before you jumped on. I'm sure the calls were made, but I can't see it happening because of just the simple lack of capital to move up. So again, if Fashanu is your guy, and you're going to let the board come to you, you really have to root for those quarterbacks, receivers, and other positions to come off early. Because let's assume that Joe Alt is going to be the first tackle drafted, and if so, I don't think he gets past Tennessee. At 7. Then you got to wait 7 more picks. Keeping your fingers crossed that Fashanu is still going to be there, because I believe that he's going to be the second offensive lineman drafted.
Yeah, Latham is the one that's been screaming up the boards right now.
Yeah.
Latham seems to be the guy that probably goes to the Raiders, if not the Bears at 9. I think 9 is the magic number right now. Let's see what happens with the first 8 picks, because I think the Bears are willing to trade down on 9. Yeah, they just took Caleb Williams, probably the least guarded secret of the draft so far. In fact, the first 3 picks are going to be all quarterbacks. Next is going to be Daniels, and the next one will be. It'll be interesting to see who they choose, but I think that it's either going to be J.J. McCarthy or Drake May with the Patriots at number 3. One of those two, and that's good, because I expect Harrison to go 4 to the Cardinals. So what do the Chargers do at 5? Do they trade down? And then what does Tennessee do at 7? And then what happens at 9? And I think that's where all the drama is going to be. And I think the Saints are going to trade up. They will try and trade up with the Bears at 9.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the teams to watch for trade ups would be Cardinals, Chargers, maybe Titans, and Bears. And anybody that trades into those spots, they're trading to get a quarterback, to get the guy that wasn't drafted in the top 3. The Drake May, the J.J. McCarthy. Maybe you see a Bo Nix or a Michael Penix sneak in there. So again, if you're a Saints fan, you got to be rooting for those trades. Because Alan, do you see any scenario where the Saints could realistically trade up with the Bears at 9 or any of those other spots?
It's going to cost you assets next year to do it. That's the only way you can do it. I did a mock last night just for fun. Well, they're all for fun, but I mean, I did one just for fun with one trade up. I swapped places with the Chargers, because I think that's the first place where you can do a trade. I traded my number 1 next year and the 14th overall pick to go to 5, and I took Joe Alt there, because that way I'm in front of everybody. Because I don't think a tackle's going before 5. So I'm in front of everybody, and I know to do a move like that, people will be furious, because you 2 firsts for another tackle. But that's the only way you can get up high enough, because if you look at your draft chart, you just don't have the points. And that's really kind of my guide, and I'm overpaying probably, because that pick next year will probably be in the teens, because that's about where a 7 to 10 win team will be. And I'm projecting the Saints will be a 7 to 10 win team right now, because the NFC is so weak. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, come on, man, they're gonna be top 5 pick because they're so bad. They got Derek Carr, they got Dennis Allen as head coach. Look, guys, the entire NFC is terrible.
Yeah.
It's very weak. There's only about 6 teams that are really dominant in all the NFL, and most of them in the AFC. So you can win 7 to 10 games. It won't be pretty. It's not going to feel like a dominant season, winning 10 games if you get that lucky with things breaking just right. But that's just how there's 20 teams that are just like the Saints, and that's how I look at it.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
No, I was just say, go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to shift away from the Saints for a second.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about the Bears' pick of Caleb Williams at number 1? Essentially, you're giving up on Justin Fields to bring in Caleb Williams.
Well, that's why they traded him to Pittsburgh. But yeah. It's their third first-round pick on a quarterback in 8 years, 2017, 2021, 2024. So you went Mitch Trubisky, Justin Fields, and now Caleb Williams. The Bears last, I want to say 4,000-yard pass. No, they don't have a 4,000-yard pass.
Nope. Have never had a 4,000-yard passer, have never had anybody throw for 30 touchdowns.
Yeah. Their last dominant quarterback is Sid Luckman. And that was out of the single wing. That's how bad the Bears quarterback position has been. I mean, yeah, Jim McMahon got him to the Super Bowl, and so did Rex Grossman. Rex Grossman. But I mean, yeah, the Bears quarterback position is a wasteland. So I don't know. I don't see where this great coaching is going to make, and I sound like Dr. Z. I don't see this great coaching that's going to make Caleb Williams the first 4,000-yard passer for the Bears. Ooh, is that a Top Gun Cup? I like that.
It's even better. It was a Christmas gift from my son, Will.
Uh-huh. I like that. But yeah, I think the Bears are going to be back here in 4 years with the number 1 overall pick or top 5 pick, looking at another quarterback to draft, because this is the Bears.
Yeah. If you're the Bears making the number 1 overall pick, I mean, you got to go quarterback here, even if it did still have Justin Fields on the roster. Would Caleb Williams be your pick?
My dad. No, I mean, honestly, no, because look, the Bears just do not have a system in place, a head coach in place, a philosophy in place to develop an elite quarterback. They just don't. And I don't know why, because they've had some head coaches for this team that have been considered offensive gurus. I mean, you go back to, he was the Rams head coach after Dick Vermeil. They called him the mad scientist.
Martz.
Mike Martz. And that's why Greg Olson ended up in Carolina, because he didn't believe in tight ends. So he traded, Greg Olson away. But you couldn't, for whatever reason, the Bears are this team that is always the running back team, the defensive team. It's, and I don't want to say it's the weather, because look at Green Bay.
Right.
It's something about that city and that ownership and just their philosophy. When they pick head coaches, they pick teams that are not going to air it out and throw the ball over the yard. Now, what's interesting, and I'll bring this up. What's interesting, though, is the Bears have unveiled a new stadium design, a dome stadium. That's interesting, because that's the old black and blue division, and Minnesota used to play outdoors. Detroit used to play in Old Tiger Stadium. If the Bears now become an indoor stadium, maybe that's the key. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. But they're gunning for a Super Bowl. That's what they want. They want.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They have to, there goes Jalen Daniels.
I was just going to say. Again, not a surprise. Not whatsoever.
No.
I was on a radio show yesterday morning. At least I think it was yesterday morning. Days and shows are blending together for me.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, they asked me similar question to what I asked you, and I had said, of the quarterbacks expected to go in the top 4 or 5 picks, Daniels, Caleb Williams, JJ McCarthy for some reason, and Drake May. I said that I would take Jaden Daniels, over Caleb Williams, and for that matter, Drake May, JJ McCarthy. And it's not because I'm an LSU homer. In fact, anything but.
Yeah.
To me, based off of the film that I've seen on both quarterbacks,
Mm-hmm.
to me, Jaden Daniels, even though he's less experienced than Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels seems to handle pressure better than Caleb Williams does. Caleb, athletic as hell, he's going to escape a lot of a lot of messes. But as far as remaining poised under pressure, I was really impressed by Jaden Daniels last year. Certainly more so than I was Caleb Williams.
My big worry about Daniels, but I do agree with you. But my big worry about Daniels is I don't like his frame. I think he's too thin. I don't think he can put more meat on his bones. And what I mean by that is, you look at a guy like Lamar Jackson. He's built like a fire hydrant. He really is. I mean, he has got a thick core. And when you look at Daniels, he's a tall, thin quarterback. So I don't know what his strength was at LSU is running the football when the play breaks down. I don't know if he can take the kind of hits that he would take in the NFL trying to break outside, because you can't break outside like you could in college. That said, he's got a very lively arm, very accurate throw. If he can limit his running and get rid of the ball quickly, I think, he's got a much higher ceiling. The thing I turned sour on Caleb Williams, honestly, with the Cotton Bowl last year against Tulane. I was not impressed with the way he handled himself and handled Tulane. Tulane won that game because they basically outdueled him.
Yeah.
And I said, this is not a championship level quarterback. This is a guy, and I'm never liked USC quarterbacks.
No.
Carson Palmer is the last great USC quarterback in the NFL. It's one of those things that I just feel like they don't face the level of competition that a guy in the SEC faces. So I'm always going to favor LSU, Alabama, even Georgia to an extent, those type of quarterbacks, because they have to look down the gun barrel so often against top defensive players, the guys that are going to go in that first round. Dallas Turner, good example. Jaden Daniels had to face him twice, last year and the year before. Caleb Williams doesn't face a Dallas Turner. Caleb Williams doesn't play that level of competition that an SEC quarterback plays. So, that doesn't mean all SEC quarterback players are great, but it does mean that, these are the kind of guys that that face NFL level players more often than not.
Now, we have the New England Patriots next, and I think pretty much everybody had Williams going to the Bears, Jaden going to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a little bit of trepidation with New England here. Some rumors that they'd move out of 3. I never believed that would happen. Basically, it boils down to which quarterback do you think the Patriots are going to pick here?
The white guy. I hate to be ugly, especially if it was Bill Belichick. I would say the white guy. Oh, the pick's already in.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards Drake May because he seems to fit what the Patriots are going to want to do.
That's who it is.
It is Drake May?
Yeah.
I would have been surprised if it was J.J. McCarthy. I think they learned their lesson with Mac Jones, and J.J. McCarthy gives me a lot of Mac Jones kind of vibes.
Yeah.
But no, I think Drake May is the guy because Drake May is their kind of That's the kind of quarterback they want to see. He's a Josh Allen style quarterback. He can run when he needs to, but he's got a great passing arm. He's one of my, as far as pure passers, he's one of my favorites in this class. He and Michael Penix, they're my two favorites as pure passers.
I for sure am right with you on Penix. I am not on the Drake May wagon, but I would for sure take Drake May over JJ McCarthy. I don't. I don't get the meteor, and we see it from players every single draft. At several positions. McCarthy is one of the latest, is the latest example. But I don't get the meteoric rise with him. I mean, we've seen other national championship quarterbacks not as highly touted as what JJ McCarthy is. Don't get me wrong. I think in the right system, he could be a serviceable guy. But is he a top level, top tier NFL draft prospect? Not in my view, no.
What it is supply versus demand. There's a huge demand of quarterbacks, and the supply is not there. So there are going to be people who talk themselves into a guy because I got to get a guy. I mean, you look at the teams that are picking right in front of the Saints, the Raiders, the Broncos, and the Vikings. All three need quarterbacks. There's only maybe 5 legitimate top first-round quarterbacks, and we just saw 3 of them come off the board.
Mm-hmm.
So you got 3 more teams that are going to have to talk themselves into a quarterback. That's why you see a guy like J.J. McCarthy. It's why you see a Bo Nix get discussed here, because they are going to ignore the level of competition they play. They're going to ignore some of the negatives they've seen in the quarterback play and talk themselves into based on stats. Well, J.J. McCarthy's a winner. Bo Nix put up ungodly numbers at Oregon. Let's not put on the Auburn tape. We're going to watch the Oregon stuff because that's what we want to see. And that's how you end up with, the guys, the past 2 draft classes, they had a quarterback, the Justin Fields and the former Steelers quarterback who's now an Eagles backup.
Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett. Those guys. That's how you end up with those guys, because teams have to have a quarterback, so you got to take them in the first round. You want that 5-year contract, so you overdraft people. And I think, J.J. McCarthy is going to get overdrafted.
Yeah, and I think you make a great point about the 5th-year option on the rookie contracts before you have to pay the ridiculous amount that you do to have a top-level quarterback. I think we're headed the same direction with wide receiver. I think that's why we see wide receivers go in the first round too. Matter of fact, we just saw A.J. Brown get a mint from the Eagles, just before draft coverage went live, at least on the NFL Network. Speaking of receivers, Cardinals are now sitting at 4. A lot of people, myself included, have them going Marvin Harrison Jr. here.
Absolutely.
My question to you is, assuming, and we just talked about receivers together the other night on Tuesday night. We all three agree. Both of us agreed that the top 3 are Harrison, Rome Odunze, and Neighbors from LSU. If you're the Cardinals, do you see a big enough difference between Harrison and those other 2? Where you would, all right, I should rephrase and say, is the difference minimal enough where if you're the Cardinals, you would entertain trading back just a couple of spots where you'd still be guaranteed to get one of these receivers, but you're probably giving up on Harrison to, say, the Chargers at 5 if you let one of those other teams jump up and grab a quarterback?
Depends on what I'm offered here, and how far I'm dropping back. If I'm only dropping a couple of slots, I'm probably willing to do that for some more picks because I have a lot of needs. But they're taking Harrison right now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But the thing is, the difference between Harrison and Neighbors, Harrison has the bloodlines. He's got that name. NFL Hall of Fame level receiver. they're going to look at him and say, "You're like your dad," and they're going to make that pick because the Cardinals want another Larry Fitzgerald, somebody who is the face of the franchise, like a Larry Fitzgerald, and I think Marvin Harrison Jr. can be that way.
Yeah,
So,
and you're right. That is the official pick, Marvin Harrison Jr.
yeah, it's gotten pretty much, you can predict the first 4 picks in this draft just based off of needs and the moves that teams have made in the offseason that they were going to need a quarterback or need a receiver. This is the interesting one. What do the Chargers do here? I hope the Chargers do what you just suggested. Take the Washington receiver here. Don't take a tackle.
Yeah, because this is the first legitimate spot where we could see an Alter or a Fashanu being taken by the Chargers.
Yeah, because they need both.
Yeah.
And I don't know what kind of system Jim Harbaugh is going to put in, because he ran a running-based system at Michigan.
Yep.
He had a mobile quarterback in Colin Kaepernick with the 49ers. You don't have that with Justin Herbert. You can't afford that kind of system, and you paid him a ton of money, so you're not going to get rid of him. So you got to give him some weapons. You let all the receivers go. Holy crap, that chick's boobs almost fell out of that dress. Wow. But I'm watching ESPN coverage, so
I have NFL Network on.
I think it was his mom that just may have been his girlfriend that just hugged him, or his sister, but she had a white top on, and it's a cross kind of top, and there's a gap that's pretty big. And she almost gave everybody a show because she doesn't have a bra on, because the back's all open. You can see.
But you bring up an interesting point with the Chargers. If it was almost any other coach, I would say that the Chargers probably go receiver, or even Brock Bowers here. The fact that it's Jim Harbaugh, and he needs to play that hard-nosed, almost old school style of football.
Bears.
Yeah.
Bears and
Yeah.
Michigan.
Yeah, and it makes me really worry that a tackle is going to come off the board here.
Yeah, I know, because that's going to be the kind of offense he's going to want to build around. He's going to want to run a smash mouth kind of team. So yeah, he's going to want a big back. He's going to want a powerful offensive line. But you've also got this multi-million-dollar quarterback that you have no receivers, and he does best throwing the football.
Yeah.
So you got to figure out: are you going to adjust for him, or you're going to try and just blow this team apart and build it in your own image? And I don't think you can in the salary cap era.
I'm not sure, because Harbaugh has an ego as huge as the state of California.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm Jim, I could also make a case for, I know I have a multi-million-dollar quarterback, an elite quarterback in this league. I want to protect him. If I could protect him well enough, then I believe that he's good enough to make any receiver better than what they actually are.
Yeah.
I'm trying to play devil's advocate here. Again, I'm hoping that for the Saints' sake, that the Chargers draft a Brock Bowers, or draft either Neighbors or a Dunze.
If I make a prediction, I'm hoping the Jets take Brock Bowers, because that really leaves a lot of things open, because I think the Titans take a tackle.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any question about that, because they got their quarterback last year. They've got a running back in the Tulane kid. They've got the receivers. They need to protect this quarterback, and that offensive line is terrible. Just like the Saints. So they have the same kind of needs. They're in the process of redefining their identity too with their new coach.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I just feel like this is the kind of that's where the first tackle should come off. The Jets, they don't have tackles, but they also don't have many weapons, and they want a 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers out there throwing to somebody.
Right.
I'm hoping the Jets go ahead and take the tight end here, and I say that like they're on the board right now, but I hope the Jets take that tight end at 8. That's his girlfriend, okay. But yeah, and I hear you, lady. I had a little portable fan like that too for my daughter's graduation in Tulane. Hot as hell. It was noon out at Yeoman Stadium on a sunny day.
Yeesh.
Oh my God. Yeah, because they're doing renovations of the Superdome. That's where they normally would have the graduation in the air conditioning. I'm too old to be sitting out in that damn heat. So I had a portable fan on my ass too, believe me.
So assuming the Chargers stay at 5, and I don't think the pick is in yet.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to.
Do you think the next quarterback comes off with the Giants at 6?
Yes.
Me too.
Yeah, because even though they paid a fortune in Daniel Jones, they do have an out with him. That coach, believe it or not, is on the hot seat. He was coach of the year 2 years ago. But they lost their running back. They let Saquon Barkley walk. They need a quarterback. They need an identity. They don't have one. Daniel Jones is not the guy, and they lost a lot of games last year because they just didn't have a good quarterback. I mean, you had Tommy DeVito for a while, and then we whacked him, But the Giants need a quarterback. So, and they like the way this draft is falling. I know a lot of Giant fans aren't happy, but they like the way this draft is falling because this is where a Penix, a J.J. McCarthy, who I think that's who they're going to go with. That's where that guy could go right now.
Mm-hmm. If you're a team drafting right now, right here, and you need a quarterback, which of the ones left would you take?
I take Penix over J.J. McCarthy or Bo Nix. And it's not just because I saw Washington play. I feel the same way you do. I think, first, I think Nix is all Oregon system. But I think J.J. McCarthy is just too much of Mac Jones. I think he benefited from the talent around him. That doesn't make him a bad quarterback, but I have Tom Brady out of the picture here. Michigan just is not quarterback you.
No.
Michigan is running back you.
Mm-hmm.
And that maybe that's because I'm still thinking of Bosch.
Bo Schembechler.
Thank you. I kept wanting to say Scheckler, and I knew that wasn't right, but I keep thinking of, hearing that music, and it's a running play. It's a running back, and, Leroy Horde and those guys. I mean, it's just, that's who they are. That's their identity.
And Schembechler's been out of coaching for decades, plural.
Yes.
Even Lloyd Carr was their coach when they won it in 97 or 98. Mm-hmm. Even since then, how many, aside from Brady, like you said, how many Michigan quarterbacks have succeeded in the NFL? How many Michigan wide receivers? It's always running back, offensive linemen, defensive linemen, linebackers. That's who Michigan's identity always has been.
Chargers just took the tackle. My son just texted me, Dan.
I got it too.
Yeah, it's Alt.
I mean, we all expected Alt to be gone within the top 10, so
that's why I traded in that mock. I traded to 5 because that was the highest I could go and get the tackle because none of the other picks were moving. That was the highest option I could go. So I'm not surprised by this. The only thing I'm worried about is that means the Titans will probably take the Saints tackle here. And that's going to be really tough because you're not going to trade with the Giants. The Giants can't afford to trade down. So
No.
your only hope is that the Titans have J.C. Latham rated higher than the Penn State guy, and I don't think they do.
I know, I don't think they do either, but again, coming into tonight, we all, anybody with a shred of sanity knew that the Saints needed a tackle, and whether it was Alt and we knew Alt who didn't drop. Realistically, you and I knew Fashanu probably wouldn't drop, so
Right.
you are then talking about, okay, you pick from the next tier down, which is Latham, Fuaga from Oregon State, Fatanu from Washington. If to me he's a risk, or Mims from Georgia, and to me he's a risk because he's just not experienced.
Right. Little kid's picking his nose on TV. Gotta love it. He doesn't hit the brother's trying to get in front because he wants to see everything, and the mom pulls him back, and the other one she's got in his lap, he's got his finger halfway up the nose. That's great. Yeah, John Alt, the dad. Yeah. So here's my worry now, because the Giants take a quarterback here, but Tennessee takes one of the tackles. The Jets, if they take the other tackle, now we have a problem. That's not good.
Well, not only that, but the Jets could potentially take a tackle. I could see the Bears taking a tackle.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Now you're talking about having to move up to 9 to get your tackle, because if the quarterbacks, if these quarterbacks don't go, then you're hoping that, well, Peyton's going to take a receiver with the Broncos, and you're hoping that the Vikings take Bo Nix or J.J. McCarthy, whoever is left out of that bunch, or maybe they take Penix, which I think that might be their pick, is Penix.
Could be.
So so what do the Raiders do? The Raiders need a tackle. You have to get in front of those 3 teams.
Yeah.
That's why you have to get to 9. If you sit at 14, what you probably will end up having happen. Wow, the dad's. I hate feeling this way, but he just hugged his dad, and his dad was like an old man, and I just realized how much time has passed since he played in the NFL. Joe Montana was his quarterback.
Yep.
And that was 30 years ago, and it just doesn't feel like it, but it is. So it's one of those things. It's like when you watch your favorite band, you keep seeing videos of them from the 70s or the 80s, and you see them, you're like, whoa,
yep,
what happened there?
Yep.
So,
or the first time you heard one of the bands or songs that you grew up listening to play on the oldie station.
Oh yeah. Never forget hearing Panama in the grocery store, and I'm sitting in the frozen food section. There's an old lady right next to me, and I hear David Lee Roth, reach down between my legs, ease the seat back. And I'm going, I can't believe I'm hearing this. I cannot believe I'm hearing this in the grocery store. But yeah, that's when, so you youngins out there, there'll be a hearing Coolio in the drugstore, Gangsta's Paradise. You're going, oh my God, I can't believe I'm hearing this. Or Rage Against the Machine, in the drugstore. It hits you fast. I'm telling you.
Sure as hell does.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who the Giants take here, which quarterback they take. I think this is J.J. McCarthy here personally. I think that's who they take.
Yeah, I can see J.J. McCarthy. I'm with you. I go Michael Penix. Hell, if all things were equal, I would. I said with Jordy Haltberg on Tuesday that I believe Michael Penix is going to ultimately be the best quarterback in this class.
I think so too. I think he's faced championship level defenses. I think his injury history scares people, but he's an older quarterback. He's just a mature kid. So I feel much more confident about him than I do some of these other ones. Malik Neighbors, this is going to be interesting because does Atlanta take him at 8? They have a lot of needs. They could take Dallas Turner too.
Yeah.
And then when you get into, well, the Vikings need a quarterback, but when you get to Denver and you get to the Raiders, if they don't like any of the quarterbacks, do they take some of these skill position guys? What I'm worried about is we're looking at the Washington receivers, the LSU receivers, all at 14. Malik Neighbors went to the Giants.
Yeah, he did.
Wow. Okay. They had a story come out earlier that they were trying to avoid another OBJ issue, but I think that was a smokescreen.
Obviously.
Yeah. So, okay.
And I mean,
I don't know who the hell's going to throw to him. But...
Right. Well, I mean, and we talk about programs with a certain MO or a certain rep. Michigan. You talk about LSU, and I know older national media likes to still refer to them as defensive back you. I think LSU, and for that matter, Ohio State as well, they're receiver you now. I mean, you think of the receivers that have come out of Ohio State and LSU in the last even 10 years, and it's mind-boggling.
Absolutely. It's the change in the offenses. So many college offenses run the spread.
Yeah.
So, you've got a lot of quarterbacks coming out of these schools. I mean, LSU, you have to go back. Burt Jones was the first one I can remember going in the first round. I mean, I know Y.A. Tittle and those guys. I'm just talking about within the past 50 years. Burt Jones. Then there's this huge gap. And even the quarterback who David Woodley. I kept thinking Don Strock. Don Strock was David Woodley. David Woodley, I don't think went in the first round. I think he was a later round pick. But David Woodley is from LSU.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. I met David Woodley, by the way. I met him in 91. I met him in 1991. He battled alcoholism. He had a hard time. He was a running quarterback that got thrown into a passing kind of league, and he did not do well adjusting that. He got the Dolphins to the Super Bowl. That was the second to last Super Bowl, but he just could not become a consistent passer because that's not who he was.
Right.
But going back to LSU, I mean, it wasn't really until you get to Jamarcus Russell and stuff that you start seeing LSU quarterbacks all be first rounder kind of picks. Mettenberger was somebody the Saints fans wanted for a long time, and he was a late round pick. Titans took Latham. My son just texted me. So
I just got word too.
Yeah, so that means the Saints guy is still on the board. He has to get past the Jets if the Saints don't trade up to 9, because I think the Falcons take Dallas Turner here.
I think the Falcons do also. I still believe the Bears could potentially take a tackle if they don't trade out of that spot.
Well, this is where the Bears may do a receiver here because they just got their quarterback. They need a receiver for this team, for this brand new quarterback they got, so they don't set him up to fail like they did Justin Fields. So that's where a guy like the Washington receiver or the other LSU receiver could go at 9.
Yeah, and Alan, truthfully, that on paper that makes more sense, and that's the pick I'd go with. I love Rome Odunze anyway. But the fact that Chicago has DJ Moore, I think they still have Mooney, who's more of a third. Oh, they don't? Okay, well I take that back then. They have Cole Kmet. If I'm the Bears, Odunze would certainly be my pick. But again, you don't know what they think like in Chicago. They could very well be thinking, okay, we got to protect Caleb Williams. And again, if we protect our quarterback, if he's as good as we think he is, he's going to make any receiver we have on the roster better. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate again. If I'm Chicago, I'm picking a doozy.
Yeah, I think so too. My son believes that he's about to trade up. The Mickey wants to trade to 9, which is what I thought too. I honestly, my most common mocks, I had Latham going to the Saints more often than not, just because I thought the top tackles would be gone, and so you're into the second tier. I did not want to get in a situation where the tackle that's left is either the Penn State guy, not Penn State. I'm sorry, Oregon State guy, or Mims, the Georgia tackle. I didn't want either. I don't want to have to make that kind of decision. I think that's where you're looking at a receiver. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My son's texted me the whole time we're on this thing, so I'm seeing it come up on my iPad. Yeah.
A lot of past years. I get the pick notification about a minute or two before it's announced on the TV. It's only happened a couple times in the first 7 picks for me. I wonder if because Sports Illustrated has such a bad name now.
Well, I know Twitter gets it before they get it on television, and I've got ESPN going right now on on low power, right, on low volume. But yeah, Twitter used to be really good about getting it early. Somebody would post it right away.
Yeah.
It's almost like they look at the card when it comes up before they actually broadcast it, because everything's for television now.
Yeah.
So I know we've talked about this before. This is my 26th, 27th draft I've watched, because I started in 88. I'm sorry, 37th, almost at 40. Yeah. 36 draft. How long has it been since? What was your first NFL draft you watched?
I'm thinking 88 or 89 for me too. The first draft I can really remember, is the not Brett Favre, Barry Sanders, Derek Sanders, or Derek. Who was the pass? Yeah. So it must have been 89.
Yeah. In fact, hang on here, because I commented on this actually on Twitter. Where is it? 4 Hall of Famers went in that draft, and 1 bust in the first 5 picks.
Yeah, that was the Mandrich draft too.
Yeah. That is okay. So Sporting News in '89. This was their big board, and they had Mandrich going number 1 overall to Dallas. Green Bay taking Troy Aikman. Detroit taking Deion Sanders. Kansas City, they nailed this one, Derek Thomas.
Yeah, I said Derek Sanders. I meant Derek Thomas.
Yeah. Andre Rison going to Atlanta. Tampa taking Barry Sanders. Oh, poor guy. Pittsburgh taking Burt Grossman, who I don't know who that is. That's a defensive end.
Yeah, played Pitt.
Yeah. Tim Worley going from Georgia, going to San Diego. Lewis Oliver, that's another pick they nailed, going to Miami, but he didn't go in the first round. He went later. The Cardinals taking Hartley Dykes. That's right. No, I think the Patriots took him. Took him. The Bears taking Donnell Warford. That was right. Bears, must have back-to-back picks. Broderick Thomas. He did not go to the Bears. Denver taking the LSU linebacker Eric Hill. The Jets taking Tracy Rocker, defensive end from Auburn. Seattle taking Tom Ricketts from Pitt. The Patriots taking Lawyer Tillman, who was a safety, or wide receiver, sorry, from Auburn. There was a safety. No, that's a different guy I'm thinking of. Phoenix taking Sammy Smith. He actually went to the Dolphins.
Yeah.
The Giants taking Cleveland Gary. That was a fullback who went to. That's when they still ran fullbacks. Who ended up going to the Rams.
Yeah, that was Jim Everett's primary back after they dealt away Eric Dickerson.
Yep.
Or no, I take that. That was a couple years before that they dealt away Dickerson.
87.
Yeah.
What did the Falcons just do? My son just texted, no fucking way. I know it's a family show. I shouldn't have said that.
That's okay.
The Falcons took Penix.
Wow. I just got that notification too.
Wow.
Kirk Cousins, how we feeling?
You just spent a ton of money for him too. Wow.
That's the Falcons falconing.
Wow. That's amazing. I honestly got to say I'm surprised by this. I really am. I mean, this is a great pick for the Falcons, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is.
You know, we really got to get our defense great because that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem for us.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, you and I said it countless times last season and going into free agency about the Falcons. Thank God they're so stupid because they don't have a direction offensively. You spent all these high picks on Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, Drake London. You finally have an offensive line, and you don't have a quarterback to get them the ball.
Yeah. You know, this is definitely a reflection of the coach they've got because I really felt like the Falcons Arthur Blank wanted to hire Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
And Belichick demanded they fire everybody so he could be the sole authority on that in that room. But this is Terry Fontenot drafting for his job. And you get Penix, and this is the quarterback. I mean, this is the offensive coordinator from the Bucs last year who made Baker Mayfield look decent.
Yeah.
The Falcons can put together a good offense now, and that's disappointing. That really is.
Yeah. Do you recall the length of the contract that they signed Cousins to? I mean, he's not a young guy.
No, I think it's a 3-year deal. Let me see. And the bad part about it is you don't put him in there right away. You actually have you have a time now to let him sit for a whole year.
Yeah.
Before I'm sorry, that's like 3D glasses. They're showing him in his house right now, and he's got these white frame dark sunglasses on. It looks like he's watching a 3D movie, and his girlfriend's boobs are popping out. Let's see. It's a 4-year, $180 million deal.
Wow.
So obviously he's not going to see the end of it. Let's see. When can they eject him? I got to give it to them. They took a good quarterback. They really did.
They did. I was with you. I thought for sure that they would go edge rusher, probably Dallas Turner.
He screwed the Vikings because that's who the Vikings had targeted.
Yeah.
I don't know where this is Minnesota's nightmare now.
It is. And I know as a fellow Vikings hater, I know you want to see them go into this season with Sam Darnold as their starting quarterback.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's too bad. Yeah. I just didn't want him to go to the Falcons. I hate when the Falcons do a good draft. I like when they screw up.
Total? 32.
Let's see. They can eject him. Oh man, this is not what I was looking for. Let's try this one. Yeah, this is surprising. It really is. I'm trying to get my phone to pull up his contract to see when. I'm gonna guess it's probably after 2025. He's probably a lot like the way that Carr's contract is structured. You know, after 2 years, he can eject. Oh, they're charging everything now. That's what it is. I'm not paying shit. No, yeah, because he's got $100 million guaranteed on a $180 million contract. So it's got to be after 2 years he can walk away.
I mean, yeah, Kirk has had health problems, injury issues in recent years. Again, he's not a young guy. I have never felt like he's a championship level quarterback.
No, he's
So, I mean,
mediocre.
Yeah, at best. So I mean, I love the pick for the Falcons. I hate the pick for the Saints.
Right. Now Penix is a lefty, so that's going to be interesting to see how they approach this offensive line, because now your blind spot is your left side, where your best pass rusher comes through. So they're going to need a left tackle. Yeah, this is really going to be interesting to see how they handle this. But this is a surprise. I didn't expect to see this happen, because I thought with signing Kirk Cousins, they were kind of resigned to themselves, and they were going to go ahead and wait a year before they hit another quarterback. But he was the best player on the board.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, this really screws the Vikings, because
it does.
They have to decide between Bo Nix and J.J. McCarthy. The theory is, my son just texted me, the theory is that they're worried about losing their 2025 first-round pick for tampering.
Wow.
They should have lost,
Okay.
They should have lost the 2024 pick. That would have been a lot better.
Yeah. Brendan, welcome back. What do you think? We have our first big surprise of the draft. What do you think?
Yeah. Somebody threw it out here in the comments. Calvin says, LOL, giving Kirk Cousins $100 million and then making that pick. I understand, I guess, in the sense of like looking forward and maybe not feeling like Penix was a fully developed NFL ready quarterback. And I feel this way about not just a prospect of Penix, but even the most surefire prospects nowadays. I've always been under the camp and in the camp of you should let guys sit for a year and study and learn if available. But yeah, why do you pay Kirk Cousins all this money and then, you have a guy that, well, I mean, Penix isn't like one of the younger quarterbacks in this draft class either.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a little bit of a head scratcher, unless they feel that, hey, we can develop Penix quick and then maybe, move on from Cousins' contract. But there's not going to be teams that are going to jump towards the opportunity of trading for Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, but we've also seen most recent example being the Broncos. But we've seen teams lately not bat an eye at getting rid of just eating those contracts.
That is true.
And here's some great news for Saints fans: the Bears do not go tackle; they go Rome Odunze, the receiver from Washington.
That's what I thought too. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
You have to get your quarterback, your new quarterback, somebody to throw to.
Hey, I like DJ Moore up there a lot.
Yeah, but if you look at like what the Bengals did with Joe Burrow, they went and got him a good receiver. They got Jamar Chase. You're talking about building you've got to build something to make your quarterback successful, and that's all you can do in this regard. That is good. Now I'm curious what the Jets do here and what the Vikings do next.
Jets just traded.
Wait, what?
Jets traded to Minnesota. You know it's going to be McCarthy. It has to be, right?
Yeah, it's got to be, because there's no way they go into the week 1 with Sam Darnold as their starting quarterback. They just can't do it.
Now,
I mean, they
if
could.
if the Jets if the Jets get back what I think they're going to get back, both of Minnesota's first rounders, New York is still ahead of New Orleans, though. If you're worried about the Jets taking a tackle.
Yeah. I'm hoping the Jets take the tight end here.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that the Jets take the tight end. And, well, wait a minute. Minnesota's got back-to-back picks.
It depends what they traded. I mean,
yeah, I don't know what the trade is, because they've still got Minnesota listed at 11.
The Jets got 11.
Okay.
You would think. I mean, the Vikings made that trade. Vikings made that trade to get 11 or to stay at 11 and pick up the 23rd pick, I think it was. So you got to believe that Minnesota traded both of those first rounders for the Jets 10.
I don't know why the Vikings would make that trade if that's all. Because the Jets aren't taking a quarterback. They're going to go with 40-year-old off of Achilles surgery.
Well, unless they're worried that the Broncos or Raiders jump them to grab a quarterback.
Well, the Broncos are taking Bo Nix. They stay at 12.
All right, here's your trade details, friends. You ready?
Yeah.
Trade details. Vikings receive pick 10 and pick 203, while the Jets receive number 11, number 129, and number 157.
Okay. Right.
That's a hell of a deal for the Jets.
That is. They get a fifth, and basically cost them a 7th round pick to move one spot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for that matter, it's a hell of a deal for the Vikings too, because you keep your first round pick in the 20s.
Yeah. Well, and that's where the Vikings go offensive lineman after that. But they got to get their quarterback first.
Yeah.
So this is going to be J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, I think so too. Unless you believe you're a Bo Nix believer, and Alan, I know you're not.
No, I think Peyton's got Bo Nix targeted. I think I've heard or seen every rumor in the world that he's been looking at Bo Nix footage over and over and over again.
What? He's not going to roll with Zach Wilson? What?
No.
Well, you know what? And I think it was Jordy that threw this scenario out to me, because I said the same thing. No way in hell they roll into this season with Zach Wilson. Jordy or whoever it was threw out the possibility that maybe Peyton's building around a quarterback to tank without saying you're tanking for a high pick for a high quarterback in 2025. What do you guys think about that?
You got a quarterback right now. So,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I mean, you got to take a quarterback now. If you were going to tank, in 2024, then you trade down from 12 for more picks.
I think ultimately, man, I'm gonna get some hate for this, but like, what are the odds that Sean Payton just looked at it and said, let's take a flyer on a kid who was never really wanted in New York and just see what happens? Like, it can't get any worse than it's been for Sean out there.
Yeah.
Well, Yeah, look, and I did say this on Jordy. Sean Payton, as much as I love him, his ego is as big as as tall as Pike's Peak.
Mm-hmm.
And Sean Payton's one of those coaches. He believes his system can work with any quarterback. So maybe he is saying, you know what? We're going to go into this year with Zach Wilson because I can make it work. And if I can't, he's got the job security. He's not going to be fired after a woeful season in transition. You build the team around him, offensive lineman, which makes me cringe. Defense, receiver, wherever. But Brock Bowers, hell, if he's there. And hey, maybe you tantalize the New Orleans Saints. Hey, Mickey, you want to move up to 12 and give me your number 1 next year?
Wow. I'm sorry. I just got the link. The Falcons, official Falcons website put up, we got a southpaw. Welcome to Atlanta, Michael Penix. And the comments. Whenever I think you guys can't disappoint me anymore, you find new ways to do it. He'll be 28 years old when Kirk's contract is over. Worst organization in the NFL. I'm just here for the replies. We're so cooked. Fire everyone. The memes. Me thinking the Falcons were finally going to draft an edge rusher as a guy dressed like Ronald McDonald. This team is unserious. Paid an injury-prone senior citizen QB $100 million just to draft another QB. Brilliant move. I'm here for the ratio. Very on-brand pick. Just funny. He'll be 30 when he starts.
He'll be 26 next year.
Yeah,
which is crazy. JJ McCarthy is the pick. If we haven't seen that yet, McCarthy will be the pick for the Vikings, who traded up to ensure that Denver did not get their guy.
Well, early on in the draft process, we were hearing that Sean Payton loved J.J. McCarthy, and that started the McCarthy high first-round pick rumors.
Yeah. I'm worried about what the Jets do here. Hopefully the Jets take an edge rusher. This is where they take Dallas Turner or someone like that, or Brock Bowers. I don't want the Jets to take the tackle here, although they need one.
Yeah.
Because if they take the tight end and the Broncos take Bo Nix, that leaves probably maybe a receiver for the Raiders at 13. I don't know.
I mean, if Al Davis is making the pick, it would be it would be the other LSU receiver.
Yeah. I don't know though. This is the scary part here because you wanted at least one, if not two, defensive ends to come off the board here. Jared Verse and Hunter from not Hunter, Turner from Alabama.
You think the Saints stay put? You think there's any enticement to be on the phones right now, guys?
I think they're on the phone with Sean Payton. If Sean Payton doesn't want Bo Nix, I think they're on the phone with Sean Payton.
I agree. I think they are too. Just to get in front of the Raiders.
Yeah.
Bob, you said this was a really deep tackle class.
Yeah.
Do you feel like it's an absolute necessity to jump up and get one of the two? In my mind, there's two guys. You're either targeting the guy in your backyard, or you're looking at the kid at Oregon State, that some have projected to play guard in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't want him.
See, the guy I don't want at 14 is Fatanu. That's the guy I think should move to guard because he doesn't have the length. Fuaga I do have ranked behind Fashanu, but to your question, Brendan, if the Jets do not pick Fashanu, then I think I do call Sean Payton and say, hey, let's move it. I want to move up to 12 because I want Fashanu because I'm worried Denver or the Raiders are going to take him. Yeah, Fashanu, I had only slightly behind Joe Alt. But then after that, there's a noticeable drop off, as I've said for a while now. I do love a lot of the tackles in this draft.
No.
Is that who it is, Fashanu?
Yep.
Shanu to the Jets.
Yeah. So this is what the Saints did not want because now it's Mims.
It's Mims or Fuaga.
Yeah.
And I know. What don't you like about Fuaga?
What don't I like?
Yeah.
That he's a guard and you're trying to put him at tackle. He's a college tackle, but an NFL guard. He is not a guy to plug and play right now. And unfortunately, Mims is the guy that you could plug and play, but you're running into the Penning problem now. I mean, he lacks the experience.
I'll throw this out there to be devil's advocate, though.
Mm-hmm.
If you have faith in Penning at all, and you
Mhm.
think he could sit and start at left tackle because of Hurst's retirement and Andrews Pete not being on the roster, left guard is also a need for the Saints.
It is, but not in the first round.
Yeah. I think you can get a quality left guard trading back into maybe the third or fourth round. You can probably get a quality guard there. Unfortunately, I think what the Saints will be stuck with if the Raiders and the Jets, if the Raiders take the next tackle, the Saints will be stuck with, and this sounds terrible, but having to take Dallas Turner because he's the best player on the board. And that's not a bad pick, but it doesn't fill a need. It's a good pick, actually. You've got a really good defensive end. But it's a bad pick because you still have a gigantic hole at tackle. So,
which is why I think even if one more tackle comes off before 14, the Saints still go tackle because they have to. They painted themselves into this corner.
Yeah, I know. I'm not surprised the Jets made this pick because you've got to protect 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
But, or do you take Bowers here
Well,
at 14?
And that's the question everybody has been asking all of us for weeks. And we were all saying that we didn't think Bowers was going to be there. But if he was, that's a tough player to pass on.
Yeah. I mean, this is a not a good draft now for the Saints as far as the way players are coming off the board. But I mean, honestly, your two highest players that are still on your board are Dallas Turner and Bowers. If nothing else changes, because I still think the Broncos take a quarterback here. They have to. So what do the Raiders do at 13? Shit. I'm sorry. That's why I wanted to go to 9.
No, it's all right. I expected Fashanu and Alt to be gone. Latham coming off the board threw a little bit of a curveball at me.
I thought we dodged a bullet when Latham came off the board as early as he did.
Yeah.
Because I saw 3 teams that needed tackles, including the Saints. And I thought if Latham came off the board, that meant a third tackle was still going to be there. And 4 teams may take tackles.
Yeah, it was the Jim Harbaugh factor that effed us up.
Yeah.
And
I
yeah,
really thought they would take a
and it was
receiver.
funny. I didn't think about the Jim Harbaugh factor until we started talking about it as Arizona was making their pick. And then I ended up before they officially made the pick. I'm like, oh my God, it's Harbaugh. He's going to go tackle.
Yeah, I really thought it was going to be receiver. Because you've got $1 million quarterback, multi-million-dollar quarterback, and no one to throw to. So you take the Washington receiver right there, or you take Neighbors, the LSU receiver, or Thomas, one of those guys. And Thomas is still on the board. If the Raiders don't take a tackle, I could see them doing that.
Oh yeah,
The Raiders taking Bowers too.
yep.
Here, this is Bo Nix. I'm telling you right now.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right, but it's Sean Payton, and if there's one thing from years of watching and then covering the last couple years about Sean Payton is that he'll make picks almost in spite of the fan base.
Oh yeah, I know, but I think he's kind of painting himself in a corner here, just like the Saints with the tackles. I think he needs a quarterback. I mean,
and you're right, it is Nix.
Yeah, they dumped. They made a big deal about dumping Russell Wilson. If he goes into this season with Zach Wilson as the starting quarterback and Stidham as the backup, he won't survive. He's got to get his quarterback. And he can at least say, if I take Nix, I got my quarterbacks to run my system. We're going to run the Saints offense. This is what I want to do. And I don't think Russell Wilson could do that system. So he at least can throw himself on that and buy himself time like I let him develop. So,
yeah.
So this is going to be interesting. What do the Raiders do here? If it was Al Davis, I know what they do.
Yeah.
Al Davis take Coleman probably in the first round.
I'll go ahead and throw this out there too for you folks in the chat that haven't already. Head to @Bayou Blitz Pod on Twitter. Get your retweets, get your comments in. Remember, we are giving away a Funko Pop during the Draft-a-thon. You have to be here to claim the prize, but if you haven't already, head to Twitter, retweet, comment, you're in as we approach the Saints pick. I want to go back to what you were saying, Bob, when it came to Brock Bowers. Because if the Raiders don't take Brock Bowers here, the Saints have a guy that, in my opinion, and everybody talks about Kyle Pitts a couple years ago being like the greatest tight end prospect of all time. I would throw Brock Bowers' name in that hat of being the greatest tight end prospect of all time. Tight end, not the biggest position of need. And you alluded to it, Bob. We've been asked about Brock Bowers since probably during the season for the New Orleans Saints. You're going to have to make a tough decision potentially here. Do you have any case at all for the Saints taking Bowers over whatever tackles are available?
No, none. And Alan and I talked about this exact scenario potentially playing out on Tuesday night. I said you might want to, if you're Dennis Allen, Mickey Loomis, Clint Kubiak, you want to blow your brains out because you have to pass on Bowers, but you have to pass on Bowers. You have Trevor Penning, half a Ryan Ramczyk, and that's it. You have to take a tackle here, and I hate it. I do. I hate it. It's just piss poor roster building when you paint yourself into this kind of corner where you have no choice to draft a position, no matter who is there.
Yeah. Somebody asked this earlier on X, and they said, we just took a tackle 2 years ago And here we are talking about taking another tackle. And I said, well, I'll be honest with you, even if Penny was an all-pro, you still had to take a tackle here because of Ramczak's knee.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it hurts because you really need two tackles because you don't know what you're going to get out of Penny. You can't count on Penny, which is why I wanted one of these top elite tackles to put him in at left tackle and let Penny compete with somebody else at right tackle. I don't know. I mean, if they take Fuaga here, at 14, then I just don't feel like I don't feel confident in the tackle position. They could surprise us and trade down for the first time since 2007, which I wouldn't be opposed to because I would rather take Mims at say 19 or 20 than 14. But I don't know.
Yeah, and people have come to me too and said, "Oh, yeah, they can pass on a tackle in the first round, get one in the second, and re-sign Pete or sign Becton." And Alan, you alluded to this on Tuesday. Pete injury prone, Becton injury prone. Not to mention the fact that there are 31 other teams that could potentially be calling these guys too, and you wind up in a bidding war with really no salary cap to bid with, and also the other argument about waiting to 45, or we really waiting at all. You have no guarantee that these other tackles are going to be there.
No,
so again, Brock Bowers, anybody else on the board, Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, you want to tie the noose around your neck for passing on them, but you have to, because you have to get one of these tackles.
Yeah.
I'll throw it out there. I just saw it pop across my screen just for you draft nerds out there. It is the first time in NFL history the first 10 picks were all offensive players.
Didn't even notice, to be honest with you.
So fun fact for you draft nerds.
Yeah, I noticed it. I didn't realize it's been that long. But yeah, I didn't expect this many tackles to go early.
And I have your Raiders pick, my friends. The Las Vegas, I almost said Oakland. I still am not used to that. The Las Vegas Raiders are selecting Brock Bowers, the tight end out of Georgia. So the Saints have their pick of tackle here at 14. You guys feel a little bit better?
I do. The question now becomes, who do the Saints have rated higher on their board?
Yeah.
Do they have Fuaga or Mims rated higher?
And don't forget, we were seeing a lot of mock drafts having Troy Fautanu from Washington fall to the Saints as well. Yeah. That's the guy I don't want. Not that I think Fautanu's a good player, but I think he's a guard. To me, he's the guy that played tackle in college that is going to be a better guard in the pros.
That's probably who I've been thinking about, and not realizing that I'm saying the guy from Oregon State.
Well, Fautanu's frame, he's 6'4" and 317, and at least, just according to my own analysis, he's shown some balance issues in pass protection. Can get caught up lunging, against counter moves, and wasn't nearly as dominant as his natural power would suggest. The positives I had for Fautanu was tenacious brawler, underrated technique, plays with decent leverage, good lateral mobility for a lead blocker, especially on screens and edge runs, decisive punch at the snap to establish an initial running lane, gets to the second level of a defense quickly, agile feet and pass protection, and gets into his stance, but a little bit short-armed. Yeah, and you see, I'm looking at Mims now too.
He's 6'7", 340.
Yeah.
So, you're looking at two tackles that are trees, because that's about the size of Penning as well.
Yeah, and even Fuaga is 6'6" and 324.
Yeah, and he's a guy that is big, moves well on his feet, is quick, and if we're talking about running outside zone offense, he fits that well.
Yeah,
he has good pass protection, but his strength is the run game. The limited number of snaps and the as a starter and some of the injury history makes you really leery of this, of playing him. But one magazine I'm looking at has him rated higher than Fuaga.
I do.
Yeah, and let me look at this one here. I want to see what's the composite between the two. So I'm a little torn right now. Plus, I like Georgia guys.
Yeah.
Same.
So, I prefer SEC players when it comes to this kind of these kind of positions. I like SEC players. That's why I like Bowers.
Yeah.
I like the pass rusher Turner.
Well,
this will be interesting to see if they take. I know we're all saying we're talking offensive line, but man, if they took Dallas Turner, I'd be disappointed but not shocked. Defensive coach.
True.
And
True.
You could take a Patrick Paul in the at 45.
Well, with Mims, my own notes. I think he shows advanced pass blocking potential, mammoth presence, but good agility for his size. Plays with good hand placement, maintains balance throughout a rep, agility to recover quickly when beaten with good lateral quickness. That's a big plus for me for a guy that size. Now the negatives I had, the inexperience is obvious.
Oregon State tackle.
That's what they go.
Is it Fuaga?
Not yet. No.
Okay.
Asking
Ian Rappaport has tweeted the Saints are listening to offers right now.
That means they're willing to trade down to pick extra picks. How far they want to go down, I don't know. But they're hoping some. Okay, never mind. That was somebody else. Never mind. They're hoping somebody's in love with Dallas Turner and wants to give him a lot of stuff.
Well,
Turner, because like you said, no defensive players come off the board yet. The teams that are behind the Saints need defensive players.
Yep. Well, Trey Hendrickson, Bengals are picking at 18. Trey Hendrickson reportedly wants out.
Yeah.
The Rams at 19. Aaron Donald just retired. The Seahags at 16. They're always looking for pass rushers. So I could see it. I could see one of those teams. Yeah.
One magazine I have has Fuaga as the third best tackle of this class with Mims at 6. And the other one had the 7th best tackle with Mims at 4. So interesting.
I personally, I had Alt, Fashanu, Fuaga, Mims, Latham.
Yeah. I had Latham ahead of Mims because of the experience. Mims is if Mims
pick is in.
More, the pick is in. Okay, well,
they will pick.
All right, let's see. I don't have a note yet. I don't know who it is yet.
Yeah, I got nothing. Do you got it, Brendan?
I do not have it.
Okay.
So
I would like Mims.
I love
limited
Mims.
starts.
Well, and here's the thing about Mims limited starts. It's not like a lack of experience like Trevor Penning was a lack of experience. Mims was going up against first rounders in practice day in and day out. So that's the big difference. And Alan, like you said, the depth of the SEC, the competition in the SEC. That's what makes the difference at positions like this.
You faced Dallas Turner, who's going to go in the first round here in the SEC championship game. You faced LSU quarterbacks. He's a offensive lineman, but you faced LSU and their pass rushers. The Saints pick Fuaga.
Okay. I've been saying for the last week or two that I was feeling either Fuaga or Mims.
I'm not opposed to this pick. I think he can play the left side. I know he was more of a right tackle, but I'm just reading the thing. He's got all the physical tools and pure talent to be a dominant force next level. He's a plug-and-play right tackle with plenty of experience against top competition. I'm talking about Fuaga here.
Yeah.
With some mechanical improvements and more consistency, he could quickly develop into one of the best players in the league on the right side. That's the only concern I have right now about Fuaga. He's not a left tackle; he's a right tackle.
Right. Well, and again, if you don't know what you're going to have out of Ryan Ramczyk, so you might need to play Fuaga right away. Yeah. My own personal notes on Fuaga, the negatives: he pops up a little bit high in pass protection, which causes him to lose the initial leverage battle. Even though he's 6'6", his arm length isn't what you would expect it to be, but he can overextend on outside moves and get beat on inside spins. The same kind of problem we saw with Andrus Peat whenever Andrus would move outside to tackle. Mm-hmm. On the plus side, Fuaga has outstanding footwork and is a nasty finisher. I don't pay attention to this stat, but I threw it in there anyway. He's been credited of giving up 0 sacks in the last 2 years. Fires off with powerful force in the running game, as you just pointed out, gets to the second level quickly, leaving a path of destruction, elite footwork and mirroring skills in pass protection. So quick feet and hand movement that's going to be able to combat those speed rushers and counter moves on the outside.
Yeah. So as of now, the Saints are sort of counting on Penning to kind of get fixed to be the left tackle and Fuaga on the right side. So that'll be their youth movement there. Now, granted, they could make other moves because you don't want to put all the eggs in the Penning basket again. But, that's what it seems as of right now.
I think Fuaga, the interesting thing is, especially being on the right side, being arguably the best run blocker in the draft. Well, that's what Ryan Ramczyk was coming out as well. Very strong run blocker that, was able to take some of those elite footwork skills and work himself into being a pretty darn good pass blocker as well. So if you're one of those comparison types of people, there you go. When I look at Fuaga, in terms of size and fit and whatnot, I do see a little bit of Andrus Peat in terms of being a guy who I think fits a little bit better on the inside. And we talked about that, a little bit ago. But it's a huge need for the Saints. They get the best run blocker in the draft. Yeah. And, I'm also, and we've talked about this a lot before, I'm in the camp where you can't give up on guys after 3 years. And you still don't really know what you have in Penning. Limited number of starts in his career. Maybe he's a late bloomer and makes the jump this year, but you do need some assurance there as well. Whether they grab it in the draft or they grab it, late here in free agency, or maybe you bite the bullet. And I know you're already eating $13 million a cap for him, but call Andrus Peat, bring him back into the building. That wouldn't shock me either because you could plug him at left guard or left tackle.
listen to, if I'm Dennis Allen, I'm on the phone with Andrus Peat right now, and it's not biting the bullet because, as you said, they are paying him whether he's on the roster or not. So I'm working out some kind of deal with Andrus Peat, and if not Andrus, then then I'm calling up Mekhi Becton. Yeah, I know Becton was a right tackle, but nonetheless. You still have somebody out there on the edge. If you think Fuaga might be able to compete at left tackle, you will have some time to work that out in the off season. But yeah, of the two, I'm going after Andrus first, because if Andrus isn't going to be able to step in for Penning again on a left tackle, you already know Andrus can play left guard because he's been a 3-time Pro Bowler at that position.
Yep. That's what I was just getting ready to say. You can plug him in at guard. You're bringing Pete back to basically be what Hurst was for you.
Yeah.
He's your tackle guard combo. Come off the bench. We can move him inside if we have to. We want to play Salvadori as the guard. But if Salvadori or Salvador or Penning doesn't work out, then I've got somebody I can go to. It's like University of Hawaii. I didn't realize he was Hawaiian. For some reason, I thought he was Tongan. I don't know why, but they're showing his group.
Mm-hmm.
Who's in the draft room here? I'm trying to see. Randy Mueller is there.
Wow. Is he really?
Yeah, see him. Unless that's, I don't know who that can't be Mike Detillier. He's at Draft Fest. But it's a white guy with white hair. And it sure looks like Randy Mueller to me. One of the interesting things wasn't on the show when y'all started, but did y'all see on Twitter that they brought Randy Mueller back to kind of look at their board?
I did not.
Yeah, they brought Randy Mueller in to look at their board to get a new set of eyes on it. They had the former Raiders GM in earlier.
That I knew.
I think it is because the Saints have had so much trouble with their first round picks lately, especially linemen, that they wanted to get somebody else, kind of get fresh eyes in the room or a different voice in the room to kind of say, hey, these are the players maybe you might want to start looking at instead of getting into the groupthink mindset. So, I mean, for all the shit Dennis Allen gets, and I apologize for cursing, but for all the stuff that Dennis Allen gets about he can't coach, he doesn't do this well, doesn't do that well, this is a man who, when things aren't working, is willing to do something different.
Yeah.
He changed his defensive staff 2 years ago, changed his entire offensive staff this year. They're making changes in the front office, it looks like, at least for this draft. Yeah, he's coaching for his life, and yeah, it's probably personality, but at the same time, he's willing to do whatever it takes to win. Whereas you look at a guy like Jim Mora, part of Jim Mora's problem was his unwillingness to change. And I think it hurt the Saints in the long run. So,
yeah, you make the Jim Mora example, and I think it's dead on accurate. You could say the same thing about Sean Payton. Sean's voice was the only voice, and hell be damned to you all, if you think otherwise. And as I said before, and I said it half joking, but I meant it, that it almost felt like Sean Payton does things to spite what the general consensus opinion is out there, just to say, just to give the middle finger to the public and say, I'm smarter than you guys, and I'm going to show you. I think Dennis Allen does deserve a lot of credit for that. Dennis Allen does deserve a lot of credit for identifying his team's needs and doing what he thinks, making the personnel moves. A couple years ago, they badly needed a tackle. They drafted Trevor Penning. They badly needed a receiver. They drafted Chris Olave. Needed a corner. You went out and got Alontae Taylor. Needed to beef up your defensive tackle spot last year. You drafted Brian Bresee. Needed youth at edge rusher. You drafted Isaiah Foskey. Now, not all of those moves have turned out the way we want them to, at least so far. But you can't say he hasn't said, okay, this is who I identified as the best player at my position of need, and I'm going to go get him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me throw this out here, guys. To Bob's point, Fuaga in 2023, 339 pass blocking snaps, only 12 pressures allowed, and 0 sacks allowed. Now, if you guys would like for some NFC South tea, here we go. Per NFL Network, Kirk Cousins was not informed that the Falcons were looking to take a quarterback in the first round. So that's fun. I can confirm also that they have had him very much involved in the Atlanta area over the last 2 weeks, including being a guest of honor at the MLS match the other day in Atlanta, who is also owned by Arthur Blank. So having him very involved to turn around in a week later, take a quarterback, not the best look.
I love it.
We're going to go a step further because I'm right here in an NFC South rival's backyard who doesn't have a first-round pick tonight, so they're kind of the laughingstock of the draft for that. I'm going to take it a step further because David Tepper's fun to make fun of.
Oh,
you guys ready for this? David Tepper stopped inside of a local Charlotte restaurant today to have a word with owners about their sign out front. The sign said, "Please let the coach and GM pick this year." Goes further. According to multiple spectators, Tepper was upset about the Neighborhood Grill's sign. This particular bar and grill has posted several messages aimed at Tepper and the Panthers in the past couple years. You can't make it up on draft day. Tepper decides to go talk with the ownership of a local bar and grill.
Awesome.
That's amazing.
That's the best story I've seen all day, boy.
That's ultimate pettiness. That's somebody who's that thin-skinned. Well, I mean, he threw ice at a fan,
right?
Yelling into the booth, So yeah, that team. This is like John Meekum all over again. The Panthers. I follow a lot of the Panthers podcasters and fans on Twitter or X, and they're, you got Saints fans who are like, I have no interest in the draft. Blah, blah, blah. Panther fans are acting like they don't even have a football team.
Right.
That's how quiet they are and how disinterested they are, because they're like, there's nothing that's going to make me excited about this team. Nothing. Because we've got a disaster for an owner. So
taking it a step further with Atlanta, the Falcons called Cousins while they were on the clock to let him know they were taking his successor. From what is understood, Cousins understood a quarterback would be in consideration, but did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. People are told he is a bit stunned.
I bet.
Well, shoot, if somebody was paying me $100 million over the next 2 seasons, I would be pretty stunned too.
And now you're looking over your shoulder the whole time.
Yeah.
I got paid, but how much longer am I going to be out here?
Right. We finally have a defensive player taken off the board, by the way, at pick number 15 with the Indianapolis Colts, selecting Latou, the edge rusher from UCLA. So Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, still on the board.
Well, Dallas Turner probably goes right here to Seattle.
I think so. Yeah, I think so too.
Because he's tailor-made for Seattle. Undersized, but a speed rusher. And you're going up against the teams that you're going against. And you're talking about the 49ers, the Rams, both with relatively immobile quarterbacks. I think, for the 49ers can move a lot better than obviously is he 40? No, he's not 40 yet, but he's got to be in his upper 30s. Because he was drafted in 2009. So how old is the Rams quarterback.
I want to say Stafford's 38 or 39.
Yeah. So, and he wasn't a very mobile quarterback to begin with.
No.
So, you're going to want an edge rusher to go after these guys because that's how you disrupt these offenses. Hit the quarterback and hit him often. I know the Rams were interested in Brock Bowers, and they were also interested in these defensive ends because there were a lot of, rumors talking about the Rams trying to trade up into the upper teens. This is their first round pick since 2014, 2016, something.
I know. That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, they were talking about already trading future assets to move up to go get one of these top defensive ends. So I'm curious to see what happens. Obviously not going to trade up with Seattle, but what happens with Jacksonville and Cincinnati? Do the Rams try and move up to get in front of either of those two teams? One other thing I was going to talk about, Brendan, when you brought up, the issue with Kirk Cousins and Penix, the Saints went out of their way to tell Drew Brees in 2017 that they were looking hard at taking Mahomes, and if he was there, they were going to take him. And Drew Brees was fine with it, which is, obviously time difference. But when he was with the Chargers, and it had to be Marty Schottenheimer telling him not. Was it Arthur? What was his name? Smith was his last name. The GM that hated Marty for the Chargers. I can't remember his first name.
Yeah, me either.
But they told Drew that they were going to take a quarterback, and Drew dropped the F-bomb and basically said, "Well, that's a effing stupid idea." And of course, the next year was his Pro Bowl year in 2004. So I think they were probably scared to tell him until the last minute, which is just another great example.
You have to have communication, like completely different situation. If you want to rewind this back to when Matt Ryan was still there, completely different situation if you draft a quarterback with an aging Matt Ryan, right? But again, you just paid this guy $100 and whatever $million.
Yes.
And you're not going to communicate with him, hey, by the way, we're looking to shock a lot of people and take a quarterback. That changes the way that you perceive the franchise, and you haven't even taken a snap for them yet.
Exactly. You've become a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
You're there until the other guy's ready.
Pretty much. Somebody just tweeted it was the most expensive smokescreen of all time, signing Kirk Cousins, which, I mean, I guess, but it's interesting. I'm going to ask you guys this. One thing we haven't really talked about is you get your offensive tackle here in the first round. You get a highly rated offensive tackle in the first round. It's a huge position of need. You could argue it's one of the top 4 tackles in the draft, or it clearly is because that's where he was selected. But you do all that without surrendering any future assets. Is that as big of a win for the Saints as the pick itself?
Yeah, I think so. Because like I said before you came on board, Brendan, it was I had the Saints burning a future pick, to go up and get Alt or the Penn State tackle. And I'm only calling it by the colleges because I do not want to confuse these names. They're so close together. I know I'm going to butcher them, so I'm just going to name a college. But I thought you were going to have to do that to move up. And then when you saw 3 tackles come off the board before the Saints even picked, I was really, really worried that you were going to have to trade up to get somebody. And this is the kind of draft that the Saints fans have been wanting. Let it come to you. But also, fans are tired of seeing the Saints burn future picks to go get players that they think that if they just waited, probably either could have got a guy or a guy just like them in the spot where they were.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I've said for weeks now that a nightmare scenario for the Saints, for me, would be if they had to burn future assets to move up to get a tackle. Because Cam Jordan's 35. Demario Davis is 35. Marshawn Lattimore might be on borrowed time because of a contract. Same with Alvin Kamara. Ryan Ramczyk on borrowed time because of health. Chase Young, Willie Gay, 1-year contracts. Paulson Adebo in a contract year. So burning future assets is almost like burning your bridge that you have yet to cross. You're cutting off all evacuation routes, from a city that's quickly flooding, kind of scenario. So yeah, I'd call it a win. The fact that they were able to let the board come to them to a certain extent, and still get a top-rated tackle. And like I said, I had Fuaga rated, number 4 on my board anyway. So he went about where I thought he would. And the Seahawks did go defense here, Alan, but they went Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle from Texas.
I had it
That
pulled
makes
up, Bob.
sense.
You beat me.
That makes sense. By the way, the streak continues. It's now going to be 54 years since the Saints have last taken a quarterback in the first round of the draft.
Hey,
I don't know, Alan. I don't know. Yeah. They could still, Dennis Allen could still burn future assets to trade up and get Spencer Rattler.
There's nobody left. We're not
I
taking
did see
Michael Pratt in the first round.
I did see somebody say who's going to reach for Spencer Rattler. Now, I really like the idea of Spencer Rattler in, the 3rd, 4th, 5th round somewhere. But somebody's going to reach heavy for the kid. And he's a talented kid. Obviously, he showed that, at Oklahoma, showed it later at South Carolina, already went through some adversity being one of the highest rated quarterbacks and just being absolutely awful before transferring. That's one of those project guys, right? Like if the Saints can take a guy like Garrett Grayson in the 3rd round as a project guy, you can take Spencer Rattler in the 3rd round as a project guy. Are the Saints going to do it? No, they're not. But
not in day 2, no.
No, day 3, and we've talked about this. Day 3, I wouldn't be opposed to anything. We've both thrown the name Jordan Travis out there a couple times. But what the Saints right now, their quarterbacks are Carr, Hayner, Nathan Peterman, and Kellen Mond. Like they could definitely use a little bit of an upgrade somewhere. But I don't know. We'll see.
I feel if at this point if they go quarterback at some point in this draft, and I think that would be a 5th round pick, they're looking at a guy like a local kid like Pratt from Tulane. Jacksonville just traded back.
Yep.
So this is whether I bet you. Oh, it's Minnesota.
Yep.
Wow. So Minnesota's probably going to take the tackle here because they need a tackle. So Fatanu is probably going to be their pick.
I'm going to predict that this is where Dallas Turner or Jared Verse come off because didn't the Vikings trade Danielle Hunter?
They did. You're right. I didn't even think about that.
Traded again.
Yeah.
They traded the Jets to move one up.
They had 2 first rounders. That's why.
Yeah, I know.
They can move. But yeah, I think you're right. I think that they're looking at a guy like a oh my God, he threw it off his back. They're showing highlights of the Texans and the Kansas State quarterback was on the ground on his back and just flung the ball in the air. I'm watching ESPN, by the way, guys, as we're looking at this, and yeah, I think this. You're right. I think this is where Dallas Turner probably goes here, or Jared Verse, because they need a pass rusher. Brennan, At 45. Well, first off, do you think the Saints are going to trade back into the first round at all?
I absolutely do not. And before your question, I just want to throw this out there. More NFC South drama as my Twitter feed continues to unfold. More news on David Tepper. This coming from the manager of the bar and grill. Panthers owner David Tepper did stop by and asked the manager to his face who he thought should make the pick. Happened less than 2 hours before the draft started. Second thing is it got caught on, I'm not sure which network, but Arthur Blank in the war room for the Atlanta Falcons, speaking with his GM, and the GM explaining to the owner why they made the pick of Penix, or at least that's what it looks like. So it looks like Arthur Blank may not have been happy with the pick.
Wow.
So for you NFC South fans, head over to X, Twitter, whatever you call it, if you want to divulge in some more drama. I do not think the Saints will trade back in the first round.
Yeah.
You know, there's not enough assets to do it, right? I think there's enough assets to trade into day 2, you know, maybe in day 3. And I've made this reference a couple weeks in a row now, so somebody's probably going to hit me as Bob's hand gets very close to the camera. He's trying to hit me. Very similar to what the Saints did for Adam Troutman a few years ago. And making a trade and using your day 3 picks to get back into day 2. I could see that, but not getting back in the first round. 45. We've kind of talked about this a little bit here. I'm sure you and Bob have on Under the Dome.
Mm-hmm.
I could see the Saints go wide out. It's a very talented wide receiver draft. But that's not the biggest glaring need for the Saints. Like, could I see the Saints double up on another offensive lineman potentially? Maybe, if there's a guy there, especially after the Hurst news. This is not going to be like a sexy draft for the Saints, right? I think addressing the offensive line and the defensive line are going to be some keys. I think receiver and safety are underrated in terms of depth pieces, and you know, even though they signed Willie Gay, I think that linebacker might be a spot that they look at as well. But 45, I'd say it's going to be offensive line, defensive line, or wide receiver. I'm leaning more heavily on offensive line now after the news. I think that is a spot that it's not even a makeover at this point. It's like someone came to get a makeover and the makeup artist shows up and there's nobody in the chair to give the makeover to. There's nobody left. So like the Saints desperately need some help there, and I could definitely see them double up in the first 2 rounds.
No, I don't. I agree. I don't see them. I can't see them trading into the first round. Alan, you won me over a few weeks or a month or so back when you said that you believed that the strength of this draft was between rounds 2 and 4. Yeah, and by then I'd already done a lot of my film analysis, but I hadn't started publishing my profiles yet. But I had my notebook ready. I had my notebook filled, and I agree with that. My feeling was that if you're New Orleans and you get your tackle with your first pick, and you did. Then you're going to see the Saints activity come in day 2 or early in day 3. At 45, I don't even think you attempt to move up from 45. If anything, maybe you consider a move back to pick up a handful of picks, to pick up a 3rd round pick, package some of those day 3 picks to pick up an early 4th round or a late 3rd round pick. But I can't see it happening in the first.
Yeah, the only reason I even brought that up is, if so many defensive players are sliding to the bottom of the first round, you could look at a guy like a team like the Lions or someone like that and offer them something to maybe pull into that bottom of the first round, get that second first round pick. And yeah, it's going to cost you assets in the future, but your thinking is, look, all these defensive players are going to be available at the top of the second, bottom of the first. I can grab a guy and get the 5-year contract out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think they have enough ammo, and I think they're just going to be patient and wait and see what's there at 45. I'm right now looking at this. I think it's defensive tackle at 45 that they go with, only because they just drafted a defensive end in the second round last year. You've got Chase Young on a 1-year contract. So it's not a burning need. That's your burning need next year.
Yeah.
Because if Chase Young bombs, if they can't, and he can generate, you got a defensive coach, he can generate a pass rush with blitzes. But if Chase Young bombs out and Foskey isn't the player they thought they were getting, you can still blitz and get some pressure on the quarterback, and then next year go for your defensive end. But I think your run stuffer at defensive tackle plays a zero technique to put there next to Brzee. I think that's probably where they're looking at first, with the idea that, okay, if there's nobody there, I go wide receiver here. But the way offensive players are coming off this board, I don't know if they're really going to have a receiver that's rated at 45. I think you're going to see that's when you would trade back for somebody. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and I agree with that. Although the last 3 picks have been defensive players, so we could see a run. But you're right. I mean, listen, we knew that there was a big drop off at receiver after Harrison, Neighbors, and Adunze. Your next tier are the 2 kids from Texas, Brian Thomas. And Jalen Polk, Leggett, which I know a lot of Saints fans love, and I think Keon Coleman,
You sold me on Polk yesterday, Tuesday.
Oh, I love Polk. I'd absolutely, if he's there at 45, I'm really tempted to sprint up to the board, with his name, sprint up to the podium. But you make a great point at defensive tackle, and this is why I think it will be defensive tackle unless there's a run there. You give me a guy like a Chris Jenkins or a Tavondre Sweat, a zero technique guy that's just going to collapse pass pockets and stuff the run and clog those running lanes. Those guys are going to command double teams, which is going to mean more single blocking on the outside for Cam, for Chase, for Granderson. If Chase can't play, or Peyton Turner or Foskey can't play with consistent single blocking on them, then you find out real quick that edge is a need the following year. You're right. So unless there's a run on defensive tackles before 45, that's where I'd like to see them go.
Yeah. So Furtado is still on the board. Cooper DeJean, the cornerback from Iowa. Thomas, Worthy, Barton, the center from Duke, and we're not interested in the center. Mims just came off the board. He's going to the Bengals. You're looking at, there's only 1 defensive tackle that's come off this board so far, and 1 defensive end, or 2 defensive ends. So, you've got a lot of corners, safeties, linebackers that are still out there. I'm really curious to see how these defensive players go. Do a lot of teams start scrambling to get up in the top of the second round to take these guys? And with Sweat's DUI, I think he slides a little bit on some people's boards. I think for the Saints, they're fine with it.
Yeah.
They literally waited for Granderson to get out of jail. They
right.
didn't draft him, but they literally waited for him to get out of jail to sign him to an undrafted free agent contract. I think a DUI, if they feel confident in him, that being a one-time deal, they take Sweat at 45.
Yeah. And to your point, I think the Rams, go defensive line here. It got to be either Verse or Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois. But after that, you're looking at, barring trades, you're looking at the Steelers and Dolphins. I think will both go offensive line. Eagles at 22 will probably go offensive line as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the Eagles definitely, because that's where they need help. It's hard to believe that coach is in trouble.
I know.
You know, got to the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and the fans want him out already. You know, they feel like his offense. People figured it out, and you lost your center. So the Eagles may go for that center we just mentioned a second ago to replace Kelsey's brother, Jason Kelsey.
Yeah, they might. I mean, a lot of people were projecting Barton, the Duke kid, to move to guard after playing tackle the last 2 years, but he could just as easily play center. And you just signed Saquon Barkley, and you know what Jalen Hurts can do on the ground. You just inked AJ Brown to a long-term deal. I think you 100% go offensive line. If you're Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean. That's the strength. The tush push is supposed to be your big strength.
Yeah.
You need to have a strong guard, 2 guards, and a strong center to make that play work.
Mark in the chat throwing you guys an assist here a little late. AJ Smith was the Chargers GM.
Thank you.
We're referring to a couple notes from our guy John Hendricks, who's in the building down in New Orleans. They're talking with Fuaga. Fuaga says he was surprised that the Saints picked him. Naturally, he's happy, though. Said that the Saints did not have much conversation with him throughout the draft process. That should not come to us as a surprise, though, to anybody who's really followed the Saints draft over the years. There's a lot of guys they're just very comfortable with, and like, yeah, we don't need to talk to you.
Yeah, seriously.
We're good. And that has been the case over the years. I mean, I'd have to go back through draft notes or even archives and, watch Bob and I talk for hours on end. But I feel like that's been the case for a handful of picks over the years where the guys go to the podium or over Zoom or whatever it is, and they go, yeah, like we didn't talk a lot, or like we had one conversation at the combine, or we had one conversation at Pro Day, but after that, I didn't really hear from the Saints at all. So that is our latest there with the conversations going down in New Orleans.
Well, listen, Talese, if you're so surprised that the Saints were considering you, you obviously don't read the Bob Rose at the Saints News Network, because you were my very first offensive line profile clear back in mid-March.
Well,
I think
he's going to have to familiarize himself with you guys, I guess. That's the first order of business. Also, Taysom Hill will be making the Saints' second-round pick if you guys have not seen that news yet.
Yeah, that made me laugh for all the people that were saying, "Oh, Taysom Hill is going to be traded." How hilarious would it be, if Taysom Hill announces the pick for the Saints, and then a half an hour later we get a bulletin that says Taysom Hill has been traded to the Denver Broncos?
Yeah,
that might just be as bad as all of the Kirk Cousins stuff.
That is so okay. So they're showing a Rams draft party, okay, and there's probably about 300 people there, which is more than they had for the Super Bowl parade. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
It's still embarrassing. And then some guy is wearing a hoodie sweatshirt it was like the Rams war room. And I'm sorry, I wouldn't wear this thing. It looks like the X that you saw at post-Katrina, but with the initials MLF, and there's something at the bottom that looks like an eye. But I wouldn't wear a thing like that because it just comes too close to looks like it says MILF on it. It's just not me. I wouldn't do that. I'm not in LA.
Write that down as a note that I didn't see coming on the Draft-a-thon.
Well, I mean, that's what
put that in the stat book.
ESPN thing. Some guy with a sheep or the ram head on. It was like a sheep head, but a ram head. So whatever. My son wants to do this, by the way. He really wants to go to the draft and be in this sea of humanity. And you really got to pay, I guess, good money to get in these primo seats that are on TV. But yeah, that's what he wants to do, is watch the draft unfold here in this main room. I do miss the Jet fans, though. I really
Yeah,
do.
I do too. I want the draft to, I think we talked about it last year. I want the draft to move back to New York permanently.
Radio City.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
where it should be. All right, more contract breakdown for Kirk Cousins since I just brought up his name, and that whole thing has been my most intriguing part of the draft so far. I'm sure for a lot of you guys it has been as well. Kirk Cousins is fully guaranteed $90 million through 2025, and a $10 million of his 2026 compensation locks in March, so like a roster bonus. So
Yeah.
financially speaking, how soon can you start Penix Jr. when he's guaranteed essentially $100 million from now, and if he's on your roster in March?
You know, this is basically what some Saints fans who can't stand Derek Carr wanted the Saints to do.
Yeah.
Yes. This is a perfect example. Thank you for saying that, because this is
Yeah,
a perfect example of what it would be like for the Saints. Is you have all this money tied up in a guy that
There's Jared Verse to the Rams. Not surprising, but yeah, this is you would screw yourself cap wise by taking a quarterback in the first round, an older quarterback. That the pressure is going to be now on Cousins. He's been looking over his shoulder the entire time. Every incompletion, every loss, every setback. It's like, well, it's time to play Penix. We're not going to win another game here, so we might as well start him. And then that coach has to deal with those questions at the press conference
every week.
Yes. Is it Penix time? Are you ready to start Penix?
A coach, by the way, who comes in with the same type of pedigree as Dennis Allen was when he was hired as head coach.
Yeah, exactly. Raheem Morris, who does not have a good track record, he had a 10-4 or 10-6 season one year, but for the most part, yeah, he is a Dennis Allen clone. That's the only difference between he and Dennis Allen is he had that one good season, but still didn't make the playoffs. It's Jared Verse is a beast. They're showing the footage, and I realize they, you're showing the best plays these guys make, and I do like Jared Verse, but man,
I love him.
They just showed him making the sack, and he just sacked he took the tackle and threw him into the quarterback. Sacked the tackle, the quarterback, everybody was back there trying to block him. And that's tough. And they're comparing him to Cam Jordan.
But I see the comparison. I do. If the Saints were to have gone edge rush, and I always believed it was going to be tackle, but if the Saints were to have gone edge rusher at 14 and all those guys were still on the board like they were, I believe that Jared Verse was a better fit for Dennis Allen, what Dennis Allen wants to do, than what Dallas. I know you guys love Dallas Turner, but I think Jared Verse would have been the pick for New Orleans.
I wouldn't have been upset with either one, honestly.
No.
I have a little note here for you guys in terms, and Bob and I were talking about this, the very top of the show with the James Hurst retirement. Did the Saints know ahead of time? I have a note, Jeff Ireland confirming on the radio today that the Saints have known for a while that Hurst was retiring, and the quote is, James handled this perfectly.
Yeah.
Ireland went on to say that he and his agent did it the right way, letting them know ahead of time.
And that's usually what happens in cases like that. When a retirement, fans wonder the same thing. Hey, you did it just before the draft. You're leaving your team in a lurch. But most guys do clue the team in. It's the training camp retirements that's what throws teams off.
Yeah. No, I saw the interview with Hurst on New Orleans football. They interviewed him, and he had said that they were trying to start a family. His wife is pregnant now. They had a conversation before the season that this could be his last year, his 10th year, and he did inform the team that he was planning on doing this. And I really think that's why they signed that Vikings guard, who we have not talked about at all. But they signed him kind of as their James Hurst backup here.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean that he's going to be the guy. He could just very well be that sixth offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
I still think, like you said, Bob, you bring in Andres Pete because you don't know if you're going to get Foster from Missouri in the 5th round. You don't know if you'll be able to trade back in and get, say, a Patrick Paul or this is the name that's gotten thrown out now because this is somebody, since Randy Mueller has been involved with this, but the other Washington tackle, Roger Rosengard, I hope I'm saying his name right, but that's somebody that Randy Mueller really, really liked. He's rated as a 4th or 5th round player, but somebody that the Saints possibly could bring in as a tackle. I would not feel comfortable with him as a left tackle, but as somebody that you would possibly bring in as a tackle guard combo.
A few more notes from. Go ahead, Bob.
And yeah, like you said, Alan, there are a lot of guards in this draft, and I profiled like 6 of them through the Saints News Network that are going to be easily available, late day 2, early day 3.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Brendan. You were getting ready to say something?
Yeah, a couple notes from Fuaga's call with the media. He said he's incredibly comfortable playing in a wide zone scheme. That's something we should see under this new offense, Kubiak offense for the New Orleans Saints. So that's a plus. Also, he may have just became my favorite player on the team. He was asked about his nastiness. He said been working on his nastiness over the last year. When asked what did he do to become more nasty, he said, "Have you ever seen The Water Boy?" He may have just became my favorite player. That's one of my favorite comedies of all time. So just a few more notes on Fuaga through his media availability after becoming I believe it's the 8th tackle drafted in the 1st round by the New Orleans Saints. I'll have to find that list again. But I believe it's the 8th tackle. That
would be, that's probably correct. I can think of about 4 just since 2005. Well, actually 98, go back to 98 with Turley, and 93 with Willie Rofe, and 1980 with Stan Brock.
Willie Rofe. You said Turley.
Mm-hmm.
Jamal Brown.
2005.
Yeah. Obviously, Ramczyk. Penning.
Andres Pete, 2014.
And Fuaga, there's your 8. Done it.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I'm impressed with us.
Brilliance, boys.
You got a couple that go back into the 70s. But we're not going to talk about those guys because they were just garbage. You were just throwing darts at a board then. I think they had a copy of Street and Smith as their draft guide. I mean, that's how they were making their picks. That's a funny story. I'll tell you this real quick. The Steelers get ready to make their pick. Fatanu, they did take him? Okay. All right. This is a very Steelers pick too.
Oh yeah.
And Ironhead's son's on the board is making the announcement. Cameron Hayward. Yeah, but I'll tell you this story real quick. In 1969 or maybe 1970, I have to go back and look the exact year, but the Saints general manager was Vic Schwenk, and they had that big board up, and they invited the media into the war room itself. to see how they made their picks. And what they had was they had this magnetic board. They had these names on strips. And as players went off the board, I guess, they put the names on the final board, the actual draft board. And they had all the names in this box. Well, they also had a box full of blank paper. And if it was a name they didn't have in the box, they had to write it down and kind of tape it on this magnet. Well, they're starting to write names down and a lot of names down and taping them on the board. And Tom Fears is seeing this. Now, this is Buddy D telling this story. Buddy Delbert, a longtime Saints radio announcer and commentator and so forth. And he says, Tom Fears says, I'm watching you write these names down. He's telling us Vic Schwenk. I'm watching you write these names down. You know, why don't you have these? This is first round. Why don't you have these names on the board? And Schwenk says, if his name ain't on this paper, he ain't any good. Well, the Raiders take this tight end, and the Raiders had been dominating the AFL. They were in the AFL championship game like every year since 1965 or 66. So they take this tight end. Well, John Madden is now head coach. That's what makes me think it's 1970. John Madden is now head coach. He sees them write the name down and tape it on the magnetic board. So he walks out the room and calls John. He said, John, I see you took this tight end. What you know about him? He says, oh, he was a good guy, and I know this and this and this and this. And boy, Fears is just steaming the whole time he's hearing this. So he slams the phone down, comes bursts in the room, and is going for Vic Schwenk's throat, saying, you son of a bitch. He says, the Raiders were just in the AFL championship against the damn either the Jets or the Chiefs. What do you mean they don't know how to draft? Look at the kind of players here, and the ownership and the guards and stuff, and they start going, okay, press conference over. The press got to get out of here. They had to physically separate the two. It was the last time the Saints press were ever invited into the draft room to watch Fears and Schwenk go at it. So, I mean, that's the kind of chaos that used to take place in the draft under John Meekham's ownership. So, I have to remember that. Mike Detillier tells the story a lot, so I have to try and remember who the tight end was. But he ended up being a very good tight end too. Let's see. But yeah, it was just the players they would get in. They had Randy Gradishar, Mr. All-American at Ohio State, on the board, and the Saints take Rick Middleton, his teammate, and Grandishar, of course, goes to the Broncos at 13 right afterwards. And, 3 years later, the Broncos in the Super Bowl with the Orange Crush defense, and Rick Middleton's out of the NFL. It's just, how do you make that pick? Why do you take – you need a linebacker. You'll take the good one,
All right, guys. Pick 21 is Penn State defensive end Chop Robinson to the Dolphins.
Wow.
Wait, who was it?
Chop Robinson, defensive end, Penn State.
My God. What is he? That is a play. I thought Chop Robinson was like maybe a second-round pick. I could be wrong. Let me see.
There was some projections that had early projections that had Chop in the top half of the first round. He's cooled a lot. I'm surprised the Dolphins make the pick because they have a bunch of speed at the edge. They lost both guards this offseason and a top defensive tackle and one of their cornerbacks.
That's a strain. And no cornerback has gone off the board yet. That's amazing.
I'm not real, and I admit, since I didn't consider it a major need for the Saints, I didn't scout a lot of cornerbacks. The ones that I did, I figured would go, were projected day 3 picks. But the top guys, I did take a glance at, Wiggins, both Alabama kids, and I didn't come away overly impressed. Let me put it this way. I was happy that the Saints didn't have a major need at cornerback in the first round of this draft. That's how unimpressed I was by the cornerbacks that I took a look at.
So Lindy's has Chop Robinson listed as an outside linebacker because he's only 6'3", 254. And they have him a borderline first, second round pick.
Mm-hmm.
They compare him to Nolan Smith, which means he's probably a guy that would do better in a 3-4 scheme, or as a stand-up, defensive end, which is not what the Dolphins run.
No.
So that's really strange. It's a really strange pick for them. And I agree with you. I think guard, cornerback probably should have been their bigger needs. That's the Dolphins.
Although didn't Miami bring in Vic Fangio as defensive coordinator this offseason?
They had him last year.
Okay. Is he still there?
As far as I know, I think he is.
If he's still there, he would use Chop.
Mm-hmm. You can tell how often I search his name because it's Vic Fangio Saints. He is now defensive coordinator for the Eagles.
Okay. It's showing the Dolphins' departures. Defensive tackle Christian Wilkinson gone, cornerback gone, both guards gone. It's a really weird pick for them.
Yeah. Oh, Eli Apple, but that's actually a plus.
That's addition by subtraction for sure.
Yeah. Xavier Howard gone. Yeah, like I said. So they must be looking at maybe replacing Jerome Baker and as outside rusher. It's a strange pick. I have a hard time because you still have all the corners to choose from. You would have gotten the best corner in the draft at this point. So it is a strange pick. This is taking, I guess, on your board, best player available. They have him listed as an edge rusher. I just feel like he's more of a outside linebacker, but I'm old school. Holy crap, these people can't get off the sofa. They're so big. His family. His dad looks like he's trying to stand up to hug his son, and he's sitting there doing the whole, rowing motion, get the momentum going. Yeah, they got him 6'2" and 7/8, so that's even smaller.
I'll say this about Chop Robinson: he is fast.
Yeah,
but he's going to get blown off the ball, against edge runs. And like you said, he has to be in a 3-4 or as a stand-up defensive end in a wide formation to have any success.
You'd have to move him around, kind of like Micah Parsons. Have him rush up the middle some plays, have him come off the edge.
Maybe that's what they do. Yeah, they've seen how much success Micah Parsons has had, but I like Chop. But he's no Micah Parsons.
Well, it's a fit. It's all about fit. If you pick a guy like him, and he is extremely talented, and like you said, explosive first step. I mean, man, the guy comes out of the blocks like he's on fire.
Yeah.
But you really have to have a defensive system that takes advantage of that speed, and can a defensive coordinator is creative enough to figure out ways to get him one-on-one where he can use the speed to blow past somebody.
Right.
That was my argument against Nolan Smith last year.
Yep.
That was my argument with you all those years ago with I keep forgetting his name, but the guy who's now
Hassan Reddick.
Hassan Reddick. That was my argument against Reddick too, because Reddick.
And listen, if you remember, and I know you do, I didn't argue that point. I just felt like the Saints, that Dennis Allen would be creative enough to use him. And I stand by that argument to this day, but I can't say that they made any wrong decisions in the 2017 draft.
Holy cow. You know how you were saying just before they went to the air, they paid A.J. Brown almost $100 million.
Yeah.
3-year, $96 million extension.
Yep.
Someone's going to have to go from the Eagles because you've got a lot of money tied up in very few players.
Yeah. Yeah, because you just paid Jalen Hurts too.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. Yeah, Cooper DeJean's still on the board. You know, Brian Thomas still on the board. I think Thomas comes off the board soon. This Xavier Worthy still on the board. A lot of receivers.
Well, I mean, I feel
DeJean's
pretty.
a guy who is going to be a true corner in the league?
No.
Or do you think he's going to end up being a guy kind of like a Dory Jackson, where it's going to be, well, can he play receiver? Can he just be a return man? Like, do you think he's going to be a guy that somebody's going to draft and toy around with and try to fit him into spots he may have never played before?
I see Cooper DeJean a little like Jeremy Chin, where he's a better safety. He's physical enough to play in the box, but he sees the field really well. You could play a Cooper DeJean in the slot, probably on the outside, but that's not going to take best advantage of what he does well. I see, I know, and I think Cooper is listed as a cornerback. I see him as a safety.
Yeah, he is listed as a cornerback. They just showed another corner, the Clemson corner, as well.
That's Eagles went corner, but they went that Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo.
Yeah, the Eagles' war room was like the Men in Black meeting here. They're all in black or gray suits. This is amazing. It's like a funeral in this place. Yeah, it's some of these war room shots are interesting. Okay, so that makes sense that they need a corner. They need safety help too.
Oh yeah.
They are going to move on from the corners they've got, like you was just saying a second ago, because of these contracts they're giving out to their offensive players.
Yeah, and we all remember how I know we were talking about the Eagles maybe going offensive line, but secondary, safety, or corner made a lot of sense here too, because the only defensive back you had of any quality last year to end the season for Philadelphia was Darius Slay, and even he looked like he lost a step.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Maybe so two steps.
This will be interesting. Jacksonville and then the Cowboys are next. Dallas has done nothing this free agent class. They haven't signed anybody. They've lost people. What do you see those two teams doing, Jacksonville and Dallas?
Jacksonville's one of those, like, this term gets thrown a lot when you talk about like young, potentially exciting NBA teams. They say, oh, that's a league pass team. So like for Jacksonville, I go, well, that's like a Sunday ticket team. Like if they're on and your team's not playing, you're like, oh, like that's intriguing. Like I'll watch the Jaguars. And then you look at their record and you go, oh, this team is not as intriguing as I thought they were.
Mm-hmm.
Like you look at the roster and you go, this should be a young, fun team. But they're missing pieces, right? They got their quarterback of the future. I really like Travis Etienne. I like my Carolina college kids, right? I'm biased, and you guys all know that who are committed, loyal watchers. They have a little bit of receiver talent, but I think this is a team that probably has some deeper needs On the defensive side of the ball, that might sound crazy to say, but I think offensively they're okay. You might be able to get away with getting a receiver here, but with how deep this draft is, I think that could wait for them as well. I think they need a defensive playmaker. I know they have the other Josh Allen, as people like to say. I think they need a little bit of a Robin to that Batman somewhere, just somebody who's going to be a playmaker for them.
The three best edge rushers have come off the board, and I wasn't impressed with this edge rusher class. I like Darius Robinson a lot from Missouri, so he might be a little bit of a reach in this spot, but it wouldn't surprise me. The Jaguars, I don't know what Jacksonville has in the secondary. I'm starting to think, maybe either the Alabama kids, Wiggins from Clemson. Jacksonville does love their Clemson kids.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny that you mentioned receivers. They've got a couple of okay receivers. I can't think of his name right now, but he's short. He's a good possession receiver who actually beat the Saints last year. Christian.
Kirk.
Christian Kirk. Yes. Anyway, but they could really use a game breaker. So, the LSU receiver may make sense here. Xavier Worthy may make sense here. Somebody like that, maybe a Kenyon Coleman. But if they don't do a receiver, I think that's where Dallas is. I think Dallas is looking for a complimentary receiver on the other side of my God, I'm terrible right now. You can tell which teams I've been looking at, which ones I haven't. CeeDee Lamb. They could use one of that. They could use a running back too, but I don't see any running backs I think are really worth first round picks.
No, I love the running back from Florida State, Trey Benson. My opinion, he should be the first back off the board, but I can't see it in the first round. But Jerry Jones is kind of like the new Al Davis. He turns the draft on its ear every year. When you expect Dallas is going to go for a speedy playmaker, he drafts an interior offensive lineman. When you think they're going to beef up offense or defensive line, he'll get a playmaker, an offensive skill position. You never know what Jerry Jones is going to do.
Yeah, Jerry Jones is the new Al Davis. He's old and senile.
Yeah.
And he's trying to recapture old glory. He's trying to rebuild the Cowboys into what they were under Jimmy Johnson. So he's going to take players that he thinks are Jimmy Johnson level players. And that is big receivers. That is the Great Wall of Dallas. I don't think he takes an offensive lineman here because I just don't think there's anybody left that's really worth the first round pick at this point. But I think that's where he goes at this. He looks at receiver, and I think you're right about Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville looks at defensive line somewhere here. If they go receiver, they're looking for somebody who can stretch the field.
Yeah, they lost Calvin Ridley this offseason, right?
Yes.
I forgot about that. So maybe this would be a good spot for Xavier Worthy or Brian Thomas.
Well, Brian Thomas is a little slower. He's 4.5, and Xavier Worthy's 4.3.
Okay.
So they're definitely looking for a speed guy. So I think Worthy is probably going to be their target. If they went crazy, and went after, say, a Kenyon Coleman or A.D. Mitchell, those are 4.4 guys, So, I mean, that's kind of where I think their mindset may be. but we'll see. Jacksonville's pick is in.
I do. I think it's going to be a speed receiver or one of the cornerbacks.
Trying to see if the pick is in. Seeing if I can get some insight from our friends over on Twitter.
Mel Kiper keeps dyeing his hair with this.
At what point do you just give up, man?
Well, you know, and especially when they show him from the 90s with that jet black hair that Elvis Presley Dewey had going on. You know, yeah, sometimes it's time just to let it go because, you know, you're sitting now with guys that were getting drafted when you were on ESPN.
Yeah.
You're with Booger McFarland. You're with, you know, that's an amazing career this man has forged for himself.
Brian Thomas.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I figured this would be if Brian Thomas didn't go to Jacksonville. I thought Brian Thomas may go to Dallas next because that's kind of what they're looking for. A big receiver like that. You know, Thomas is 6'4", about 210. So, you know, there's your big playmaker that you needed.
So Dallas's big needs are offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver. So I think it's safe to say that they're probably going to draft none of that.
I'm going to say Xavier Worthy. I think they take here because he's a Texas kid. He fills a need. They want somebody opposite CeeDee Lamb. They lost Michael Gallup. Nobody else has really kind of picked up the slack. This is Mike McCarthy's offense.
Yep.
McCarthy wants to throw the ball over the yard. So you need another guy to go with CeeDee Lamb. And I think that they're going to look at, you know, I would not be surprised to see Dallas trade down, but I just don't think they can. This is where a lot of the receivers should start going because Green Bay's next, then Tampa. So, you know, they're going to be looking for guys. This is when you're going to start seeing some of these receivers come off the board.
Yeah. And then, you know, the Ravens seemingly are always looking for receivers. You got the 49ers where both of their guys reportedly went out. And, you know, Kansas City's two major needs are receiver and cornerback.
Well, and remember that the Niners were looking for a mid-first round pick for Brandon Ayuk. Clearly, they didn't get an offer that they liked. Maybe they package something and grab a late first round pick here for Ayuk. Or maybe they just kind of stay put. Just because you're disgruntled and you want out doesn't mean you get out.
Oh, exactly.
But, you know.
I think if the 49ers go receiver, I would not be surprised to see him go after Xavier Legette. He kind of fits what Shanahan likes.
He does.
That big physical receiver.
Legette, Keon Coleman would fit that profile very well, too.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Calvin, I think Mitchell goes to Kansas City at the end of the first round. If not Jalen Polk. But they need a receiver. You know, they got to get somebody. But this will be interesting to see what happens.
Where do you think our old friend Michael Thomas is going to ultimately end up, gentlemen? Or do you think this first round if the first and second round will kind of tell that tale?
I'm going to throw my name in the hat for two places, both on the western side of the country. Los Angeles Chargers. One. Number two, It is the safest pick there is out there, but Denver. I know him and Sean had their issues, but in terms of Sean trusting a guy,
Yeah.
the system with a young quarterback, and a guy that you can throw to and count on if he's healthy, I think that makes a lot of sense. But I like Los Angeles. I think now Herbert needs to be kept upright, but I also think he needs some, he needs some help out there, right? Um, Mike Williams has really turned into a really good player out there for them.
He's
Keenan
gone,
Allen,
isn't he?
yeah, he's
Yeah,
gone
he is
now.
gone.
Keenan Allen's gone now.
Mm-hmm.
So the Keenan Allen, who'd been a staple there for a long time, Mike Williams, who, like I said, turned into a pretty good player, and when he was healthy, was consistent for them. But Herbert doesn't really got anybody to throw to. Which is weird. We were talking about the Chargers 2 years ago as the team to watch, like take over the AFC and really compete in the West
Yeah.
with Kansas City. And now all of a sudden it's like, well, they got Herbert, so that's cool, I guess. But I could see him go to a place like that where he could be a number one guy, or go to a place like Denver where he could be a starter and kind of mentor and help a younger group. But at the same time, when you hit a certain age, like you are with Mike Thomas, do you want to go ring chase? Like, do you want the opportunity to play big games, or do you want the opportunity to be a starter? And every answer is different, right? Every 30-year-old player is a little different. Some guys are like, no, like I still want to prove that I can play in this league. I want to get one more big contract. And there's other guys that are like, I don't care. I just want to win. And with Mike not really playing the last handful of years, I don't know which way he'd lean.
I think he's ring chasing at this point. Yeah. And I think if he can't go to Kansas City, he's going to go to Baltimore. I think he feels like Baltimore is his kind of team. They win. And he's got a chance to play with a quarterback that he really likes. Because I think Thomas is the kind of person that he's got to be with a quarterback he likes. And it doesn't have to necessarily get him the ball all the time, but it has to be a quarterback he just feels like will look his way when he needs him. And I don't know. I feel he made comments during the playoffs, especially during the Chiefs-Ravens game, where it sounded like he was saying, look, if I was on this team, I would have won this game for you.
Yeah.
The Cowboys traded.
They did. The Lions are here now, and I definitely think the Lions go cornerback here.
Absolutely. This is where corner or safety goes for the Lions, and I'm positive it's corner. In fact, the pick's already in. They're not going wide receiver. They're going corner.
Yeah.
The Lions are taking Alabama corner Terrion Arnold with the 24th pick.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Again, Jerry Jones is living the life, reliving the Jimmy Johnson years. Let's trade up and down the board the whole time, acquire a bunch of picks, because that's how we built those Super Bowl teams, and he still thinks that way.
Yep. Now, unfortunately for Jerry Jones, there's the only thing he's missing from that Jimmy Johnson strategy is the guy that came up with the strategy, Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah. The Jimmy Johnson that just got out of the college ranks, too, that knew all these players.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of people forget when they look back. Jimmy knew these players. A lot of the players that he drafted with those trades are players that he either coached or played against extensively, so he knew very, very well.
Yeah, exactly. I'm about ready to start moving, too, because I'm at 30% on my iPad, so I'm going to have to plug myself in
Oh, I pulled extension cords out and everything else. I am ready for our draft-a-thon, guys.
Well, I was at 100%. I've been keeping this this pad with me charging all day for that very reason. So I wanted to make sure I got this. So I'm gonna go into our normal room, my office, to do this one.
But now back to what we were saying about Michael Thomas. Brendan, you bring up a great point about the Chargers. And I for one would pay pay-per-view prices to see Michael Thomas and Jim Harbaugh deal with each other. But ultimately, I agree with Alan, and we talked a little bit about it on, if it wasn't this past Tuesday, it was certainly recently, that I agree with Alan. I think Mike is going to ring chase for this year. He's going to want to go to a contender, be it Baltimore, Kansas City, somebody like that, somebody that he feels like he could win a championship with, and it's going to be on a 1-year deal, where if he stays healthy and plays well, he can cash in again, for big money. And I've said since like November, because I've never believed that Michael Thomas was going to be back with New Orleans when they redid that deal last year. I didn't think the relationship was going to end as badly as it did, but I didn't think he'd be back. So I've said since November that I thought that it would be the Kansas City Chiefs. In Kansas City, we know need a wide receiver, and that was before Rashee Rice went out and got himself in a whole bunch of trouble, so he's facing a suspension. How lengthy has yet to be determined. Since it's Roger Goodell's new illegitimate son, Patrick Mahomes, it probably won't be any more than a slap on the wrist. But yeah, I mean, Baltimore or Kansas City make a lot of sense for Mike Thomas.
I had not heard you say that one yet. That was pretty clever. Pretty good. That was pretty good. I could see I think Baltimore, and maybe it's just that, maybe it's the dark purple and the dark black and the dark visors. Like, that just seems like a Michael Thomas place. Like, you can see him in that uniform. You know what I mean? And Lord knows, like, Lamar Jackson's won 2 MVPs with, like, no receivers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, imagine if he had a decent receiver, right? And Mike Thomas kind of fits that too. Like, you remember there was a lot of people that were not happy with Baltimore when they went and got Hollywood Brown, because they're like, that doesn't fit what Lamar wants to do. Like, Lamar doesn't want to stretch the field, you know? So if you get a guy like Mike Thomas who is elite when healthy and that short to intermediate, you can move the pocket and have Michael Thomas come across the field like that. That is almost like a perfect situation for both Lamar and Michael Thomas. So I could definitely see that. And like I said, I think sometimes it's hard to envision people in certain uniforms, but you can definitely see Mike Thomas in the purple and black. So I think that makes a lot of sense as well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And as much as I just got done making fun of Michael Thomas versus Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh is much more of a player. To me, it's amazing the difference in coaching styles between John and Jim. Jim seems like an absolute dick and doesn't get along with anybody that he's ever worked with, executive or front office wise. Meanwhile, John, everybody that runs across John in the profession, either working with him or working against him, seem to love the man.
He's definitely much more of a player's coach. And the thing about Jim Harbaugh, is I feel like he's a college coach.
Yeah.
He has a college coach mentality where he can, and Nick Saban's the same way. Mm-hmm. He can mold and kind of control these kids, whereas grown men are just like, yeah, I'm an adult. You don't talk to me like this.
Right.
And I think that's what Jim Harbaugh struggles with the most, is just dealing with those kind of people.
Yeah, and eventually that kind of abrasive personality does tend to wear on anybody of any age. But if you're dealing with college kids, you're only dealing with them usually these days. Now it's 2 to 3 years tops. So by the time your message is run stale, or your personality has just gotten too much, it's time for you to move on anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So the Packers are on the clock now, or the pick is in already. I imagine the Packers are probably going to go receiver here, but they do need offensive linemen.
They do. A lot of projections I was reading for Green Bay was saying interior line, but you still have you still have Mims and Guyton on the
Mims is
board too.
gone. Mims is
Oh,
gone.
you're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
So Guyton is still on the board. They need a left tackle. Their left tackle has retired, or not retired, but they didn't resign him.
Right.
He's got a lot of injury concerns, and that was somebody. He was 32 years old, but that was somebody that I was looking at seriously, saying this is a guy we might want to look at if we don't get any of the people we want, because he's always injured, but when he does play, he's a really good player. So
now hear me out. Cooper DeJean, does he just seem like a Green Bay Packer to you?
He does. Yeah,
So,
he does.
I'm just gonna throw that out there. You guys can make of that comment what you please to make of that comment.
I would not be surprised. He's probably the highest rated player left on the board.
I don't even know if that's a real need for them, but that's a guy you look at and you're like, yeah, you can kind of look like you belong in Wisconsin. But
Yeah, I mean, I'd forgotten that they'd moved on from Bakhtiari. Now, Tyler Guyton was mostly a right tackle at Oklahoma. So if you're looking at college left tackles, Jordan Morgan from Arizona, Patrick Paul from Houston are the ones that jump out. Otherwise, maybe they go interior line here. Barton, Duke is still on the board. The kid from Oregon, I didn't profile him because I thought he would go right after Barton. Jackson Powers Johnson, guard center from Oregon, could be possible too.
I got your pick if you guys want it.
Who is it?
It is Arizona tackle / guard Jordan Morgan, right on cue with Mr. Bob Rose.
There you go. It's like Bob knows what the hell he's talking about. It's amazing. Yeah, that makes sense. It does make sense here because you've got a young quarterback. You want to run the football, and you need to rebuild your offensive line because of age and injuries. So this pick does make sense. They still need a tackle. That's probably a guy like Paul in the second round is probably somebody they're looking at. But we'll see how this goes because
Morgan was a left tackle at Arizona, though, so that might be where they're looking at him.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. That does make sense. So Tampa's next. Do we really want to talk about Tampa?
Never, but Chris Godwin is still there, is he not?
Yes, he is. And he just
okay, and I know they re-signed Evans.
Yeah, they paid a mint to Evans. They don't have a tight end.
No, didn't they trade one of their corners?
I think they did not re-sign him. I don't know if they traded him or not. I mean, this is how irrelevant the Bucks are to me. I don't even pay attention.
Right.
They do.
What about the Graham Barton out of Duke? Because didn't they have a ton of their offensive linemen retire over the last 2 years?
Yeah, the long-haired Conan-looking guy.
Ryan Jensen.
Yeah.
So that could be a pick right there too.
Could be.
Yeah, that or they run a 3-4 defense right now. So yeah, you're probably right. It's probably an offensive lineman here. And probably that guard center combo because they need to upgrade the interior. They're taking forever to announce this pick.
They are.
You've already said the Packers pick, and that was a good 3 or 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, sometimes sometimes Twitter's really good for you with stuff like that. Sometimes not.
And this is for television, obviously, so they just stretch this stuff out. So they hold off on announcing these picks to give the previous pick time to, like, they just had the Alabama guy walk around with a selfie stick and he's taking pictures with the fans and stuff. So they give this them, they're making fun of this poor Packers fan, a Lions guy, with this one Packers fan in the middle of Lions country, and they're making fun of him for taking Jordan Morgan. Bob and I talked about this Tuesday. Offensive linemen are like getting socks and underwear for Christmas. You need them. You need to have a new pair of socks. You need new underwear, but that's not what you wanted for Christmas. What you wanted for Christmas was that G.I. Joe aircraft carrier. And that's what receivers and running backs and quarterbacks and all the skill position players and edge rushers, that's what the G.I. Joe aircraft carrier, that's what those guys are. So you get excited about that. So, yeah, that poor Packers fan's getting clowned, but he probably ends up with a better pick than some of these other guys.
Yeah. I like Jordan Morgan when I broke down his film. I didn't have him ranked up there with Fuaga, and Mims, let alone Fashanu and all. But where Morgan went late in the first round, a lot of projections had him going second round. But I'm watching him. I'm like he is a good football player. I would not be mad if my team were in the 20s. Which is where Green Bay was, and drafted Jordan Morgan.
You got a young quarterback you're trying to protect, and you want to run the football. So, I mean, this is a good pick. This fits what you need to do. Now, the Buccaneers pick is supposedly in. I don't know what Twitter's got to say about it, but that's what ESPN's reporting, that the pick is in. But they're still talking about the Packers.
Yeah, I'm thinking with you guys, if they don't go interior offensive line, you're going to see Kool-Aid land in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense right here. I kind of had him more of a second round pick.
Same.
But yeah.
Nothing in the Twitterverse. Just surprising. Our friend J.C. Allen, who covers the Tampa Bay Bucks, put out his wants on Twitter. He wanted Graham Barton, who I had mentioned a little bit earlier. So a guy who's usually on top of his stuff, friend of the show. We'll see if that's ultimately what Tampa Bay ends up doing here towards the latter part of the first round.
Excuse me.
We have Arizona, Buffalo, Dallas, Baltimore, San Francisco, and Kansas City to close it out.
Buffalo's the easiest one of what's left to pick.
Oh, yeah.
To get. They have no receivers, none.
The Buffalo, what the Saints are to tackles is what Buffalo is to receivers.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Allen keeps going in that quarterback room and trying to chase the crickets out because in that receivers room because there's nothing there.
I can't believe we're talking about Michael Thomas and ring chasing. Although I don't consider Buffalo a legitimate contender. The national media does. Could Michael Thomas end up in Buffalo?
That would be only if he can't get with anybody else, because Buffalo, right? Well, first off, I don't think Thomas wants to play outdoors like this in this kind of weather. We were talking about Baltimore the whole time; they play outdoors, but
sure.
Buffalo is a different animal.
Yeah,
you get that cold and that snow off of Lake Erie, right there in New York. He's not going to want to try to run routes through 3-foot snow drifts, even if they clean that stuff off.
Yeah.
he can deal with snow flurries in Baltimore more so than he can deal with what goes on in Buffalo.
Well, and like you said, and I live up here. I've been to Buffalo many times. Used to live near Lake Erie, and my second home is basically Maryland, so I know the Chesapeake Bay area well. And as you said, it's a completely different kind of animal.
Yeah, I mean, Buffalo and Green Bay have a lot more in common than Buffalo and the New Jersey, New York Jets, Giants area, and certainly Baltimore. So yeah, if Xavier Worthy makes it to Buffalo, which they probably will, that's where he goes. They need an X receiver in the worst way.
Yeah,
Graham
guys, it's
Barton
weird.
is the pick.
Who is?
Graham Barton is the pick for Tampa.
Okay. I was just going to say it's weird because I just got a notification for who the Cardinals took at 27, but no word on what the Buccaneers did.
Who the Cardinals take?
Cardinals went Darius Robinson, the defensive end from Missouri. I like this kid a lot.
You know, I think he's ranked third as far as defensive ends on the big board. So that makes sense. But, you know, it's strange. I can't quite figure out what the Cardinals are trying to do as far as build their roster. Are they building around Kyler Murray or are they not?
Truthfully, Alan, I don't think the Cardinals know that yet.
That's true.
You know, so they're picking players and moving around the draft board for extra picks, which makes sense. But the picks themselves, while they're good players, don't seem to form any kind of coherent strategy.
Yeah, there's no direction.
Yeah. I just, they're the hardest team for me to get a read on because I don't know where they're going and what they're doing. You know, most teams, especially teams that build at the top, like you talked about the Bears earlier, clearly you need to get somebody to protect your quarterback, somebody for your quarterback to throw to. You're building around a new quarterback, so that's your plan, and that's a clear, easy plan to understand. The Buccaneers are trying to stay on top in the NFC South. They got to rebuild their offensive line. That's a coherent plan. I understand that. The Falcons screwed themselves. Carolina, you know, they've got trash ownership. So, you know, the Jets, who knows what they're trying to do. You know, they're trying to win with a 40-year-old quarterback, and they've got all these holes on offense. I don't know. I can't figure out the Arizona Cardinals. So that means Buffalo will probably go Xavier Worthy or one of those receivers. But Xavier Worthy is the highest rated receiver on the board. That's why I keep saying his name.
Considering Josh Allen's arm, and I still don't consider him the most accurate quarterback in the world, I want a guy that can stretch the field much more than a guy that can work the intermediate routes, which would be Xavier Worthy over Keon Coleman.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And you want the size too.
Yeah.
You want a big physical receiver. You're looking for an X. You're not looking for a Y. You're not looking for a burner. You're looking for a guy who can go over the middle and challenge the defense deep.
Yeah.
All right, so they're finally getting ready to announce the Cardinals pick. Yeah, here comes Bob's favorite person.
Me? I'm just kidding.
You know, Bob, I wish there was a way we could kind of put you in place of somebody who just got drafted, so you get to walk on the stage and go to bear hug Roger Goodell and, you know, just pull the whole scene out of Gladiator, where you got the little pocket knife and you say, "Smile for me, brother." or, you know, this is for 2018.
I can picture me doing more of a, for you wrestling fans out there, WWE fans, I could picture me doing more of a Stone Cold Stunner.
I'd like to see it.
I'd like to do it.
Start a petition.
Yeah, I think you probably
Start taking donations.
You pass a metal detector on your way in, so unless I make it a shiv or something like that, I'm not gonna be able to do that to Goodell.
And Kyle Mosley, if you are watching, yes, I will indeed wear the Saints News Network shirt when I gave a Stone Cold Stunner to Roger Goodell. I'll put us on the map one way or another.
That's a good way to do it. Okay, so Buffalo, then Dallas, and I can't see who's after Dallas.
Baltimore
49ers, Chiefs.
Okay, so we're almost at the end.
I'm a little surprised Buffalo's picks not already in.
I am too. I can't imagine Buffalo is thinking about trading out of the first round.
It's always weird the end of the first round because some teams start freaking out and go,
Yeah,
well, our guy dropped. Like we can't sit much longer.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that they do the draft in 3 days, and I say now, this has been like this now for 10 years, 3-day draft. But now that they do it 3 days, the second round has become like the first round again.
I agree.
The fourth round is kind of like the first round because some of these teams start thinking about trading up into the top of the second round because they've had a chance to overnight review their board. You've got all day because the draft once again kicks off at night. So you can kind of review your board and try to decide, maybe I should trade up for this guy because we expected him to go in the middle of the first round. Here he is in the top of the second. Whereas in previous years, when it was Saturday and Sunday, and you had the first, second, third round one day, fourth, fifth through seventh round on Sunday, more people were trading up to the bottom of the first because that's where they wanted to take that guy right now.
Right.
Buffalo is trading
to Kansas City, who is going to take a receiver.
Buffalo just never learns. They never learn. You're trading with the team that is screwing you. They screwed you and took Patrick Mahomes. They're going to take Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, because Xavier Worthy has a Patrick Mahomes receiver written all over him.
You never learn.
They're going to shock everybody and not do that.
Yeah, they'll pick a guard or something.
Right. But I expect Buffalo. I'm replacing their logo with Kevin Bacon from Animal House. Thank you, sir. May I have another? I mean, dude, that's just it's like people were joking. If Mickey Loomis sees Howie Roseman's number on the top of your phone here, don't answer it. If Kansas City is calling you, Buffalo, don't answer it. You were never coming out on top on these trades.
And the pick is in. Let's see if I can do some digging.
I'll honestly be shocked if they don't take Xavier Worthy here.
Yeah. I mean, it's 100% wide receiver. If it's not Worthy, I see A.D. Mitchell. But I agree with you. I think Xavier Worthy has Patrick Mahomes receiver written all over him.
And come playoffs, guess who's going to kick your ass in the playoffs?
Right.
Mahomes to Worthy. Good job.
And that's who it is. It's Xavier Worthy. I mean,
that was it. You're an idiot. But if I'm a Buffalo fan, and I'm not, but if I'm a Buffalo fan, I want to riot and go over there and burn that building to the ground.
Well, they're good at that.
Yeah, well, yeah, they are. They're good at that and throwing dildos on the field too. That's the Bills Mafia. Every time they played the Patriots, they always managed to throw a sex toy on the field. But yeah, I mean, you have now given the team that is blocking you from getting back to the Super Bowl, you have given them a receiver and a quarterback that is going to stop you every time.
Here are the trade details. Buffalo acquiring pick 32, pick 95, and pick 221.
And a jar of
Kansas City.
Vaseline.
In exchange for 28, 133, and 248. So they moved up 38 picks. So
Good
they're
job.
going to be to get into the third round instead of the fourth round, essentially. That's what they got.
They're going for bodies.
Yeah.
Like us, they need players, but at the same time, it's Kansas City.
Right.
Yeah. Now I'm going to laugh because Worthy is, I guarantee you, if Buffalo finds a way to make the playoffs, Worthy will catch a touchdown pass or a key first down when you think the game is won to get you in field goal range, because you're going to be everybody's going to be covering, Taylor Swift's boyfriend. So yeah, good job. I don't understand it. Seriously, Bills, change your logo to Kevin Bacon from Animal House in your underwear, bent over. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Man.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There are still a lot of receivers on this board I like. I honestly would take Jalen Polk over Xavier Worthy. I would take Keon Coleman over Xavier Worthy. But again, you have to know your quarterback. Josh Allen is a deep ball thrower. Xavier Worthy is literally the fastest person in this draft, the fastest person in the history of the combine. And you let the team that knocked you out of the playoffs in 3 of 5 years have him. You gave him to them.
Yeah.
Gave him to them having maybe the strongest armed quarterback of the last 25 years plus.
Oh, the Chiefs fans are loving this. They're dancing. They're thinking three-peat, which that's an interesting thing. We have not had a three-peat in the Super Bowl era. The Packers had won 3 championships in a row, but their first one was prior to the Super Bowl. It was 1965. So you got 65, 66, and 67, but 66, 67 was Super Bowl years.
It's hard. I mean, it's like the one, like, I don't want to say the one sport because every sport it's hard to win, but I think football in particular, because you're dealing with a roster size larger than just about any other sport, it's hard to repeat, let alone three-peat. But I mean, think about the pick. Like, you're replacing what? You're replacing MVS with a guy who runs a 4. What did he end up running? A 4.2 something at the combine?
4.2 something. 4.22, I want to say, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, you're replacing basically Tony, Kadarius Toney, and MVS, and just basically Ray Rice, who just got busted for drag racing, and that's cars, not wearing drag and running down the street. But yeah, I mean, so the Kansas City receiver room has been a mess. They were able to put something together to win with a good defense, and the Chiefs traded away Snead, probably their best corner.
Yep.
That's probably who they were going to take at 32 was going to be a corner, and they saw Worthy fall this far. Well, I'm just saying, it probably when they first started mocking these boards, they probably had the Alabama corner or someone like that falling to them. But yeah, you gave them a speed burner. You gave them another Tyreek Hill, and they won without Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
And this kid's bigger than Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
So yeah, I guess the Kansas City Chiefs fans are dancing over this, and I mean, what a team to come to. You were in the college football playoffs, and you now are going to the defending Super Bowl champions. Man, not quite Tony Dorsett, but pretty close. Yeah, here we go. Here's his 40 time right now. 4.21. Wow. Yeah, you got a bigger, fast, or almost as fast Tyreek Hill. And
I got the Cowboys pick as well. They're taking Tyler Guyton, the tackle from Oklahoma, at pick 29.
Like I said, Jimmy Johnson's trying to rebuild the Great Wall of Dallas. He's trying to rebuild the team in the way that Jimmy Johnson put the team together. So I'm not surprised by this move either.
No, and Guyton's a good player, great pass blocker.
And that's what they do best. They they throw the ball. Yeah, I'm just watching this the highlights here and just shaking my head. If I'm a Bills fan, it's the one team I didn't want him to go to.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how we were talking about Penix when Penix first went to the Falcons. Yeah, I like the player, and this is the one team I didn't want him to go to. I want him to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's okay, because he's not going to start for the Falcons until he's about 32 years old anyway.
we'll keep up in that age. By the time we get through our day 3 coverage, Penix will be 43 years old by the time he gets his first start.
Yeah. You can keep track of that too for draft count. How many years did Michael Penix age in 3 days?
He is now Dorian Gray. There's a picture of him just falling apart, Oh my God!
He's gonna look like Ken Stabler did when he started. When he gets his first NFL start.
And the funny thing is too, and I like Penix, but he is coming off all those injuries, and Atlanta's not really addressing the offensive line right now. If he starts getting hits, an older quarterback that's had injury issues, that would be just Atlanta's. Dude, you actually left the house looking like that. Never mind. Anyway, I can deal with the cowboy hats and stuff like that. This dude has 4 or 5 police sirens on a football helmet, and something that even pimps go, yeah, it's kind of gaudy.
Going back to Atlanta, I will give them this, and I'm not in any way comparing these two players because their play styles not similar at all. The last time the Falcons drafted a left-handed quarterback in the first round, outside of the fact he went to jail, they did okay, right? Like went to an NFC Championship game.
Vic, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot Vic was a lefty, but
and they were both named Michael. So, I mean, more coinky dinks,
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I forgot about Vic being a lefty, but yeah, that was his weakness actually was if you rushed him from the right side, he did not like running to his left because that was his blind side. He preferred because your best pass rusher is always on your left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
He preferred to see the rushers coming from his blind side because he had a good sense of where they were and he could run to the right side.
Yep.
And he is running away from the pressure. So when teams would swap it and get him, that's where they would get him. They would get him coming straight at him, and he did not run away from that kind of pressure. The Ravens pick is in.
I will say this on Michael Vick, one of the most entertaining quarterbacks of all time.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite ever to watch. Now,
Unless
you also have to.
The Saints.
Yeah. Bob's face is like really confused. Bob, I'm a lot younger. You got to remember how old I was when Michael Vick was tearing the league up.
Yeah, I realize. And I guess if you take off the team that he had all his success with, I think my favorite quarterback to watch would have been Steve Young.
I was gonna say, well, I thought you were still talking Vic there for a second. I was like, oh, that Vic year with the Eagles, like that 1 or 2 years he had with the Eagles, his comeback. Oh my God.
He like Randall Cunningham when Cunningham came back with the Vikings.
Yeah.
He learned to be a much better passer.
Yes.
Vic used to throw these gorgeous balls that were 20 feet above the receivers because he was in love with his arm. But after his jail time, and he came back to the Eagles, he had worked on becoming a far more accurate passer and was much, much more deadly because he was a much better passer. And that's really the secret. That's what made Steve Young better.
Yep.
Made Randall Cunningham better. When you become that deadly accurate passer, along with the ability to run, now you're truly a two-dimensional or dual threat quarterback. And that was the difference. But unfortunately, he lost a lot of his prime years because of stupidity, being in jail too. But yeah. So who did the Ravens take? Because they're getting ready to announce it right now, I think.
Let's see.
I think they give Lamar Jackson another receiver.
He'd probably appreciate that. Are we going to talk about
Nate Wiggins?
There you go.
Okay, that makes sense.
It does.
That's a very Ravens pick because they are a defensive team, and I bet you Michael Thomas is pleased they didn't take a receiver.
Right.
Are we going to talk about Lamar Jackson in 15 years the same way that we talked about Aaron Rodgers not getting receiver help in Green Bay in terms of the draft? Do we think that's a conversation that we end up having is like, well, the Ravens never helped this guy out?
No, because the Ravens have picked receivers in the first and second round.
It hasn't panned out.
Right. It just hasn't panned out, partly because of the receiver and partly because I say again, Lamar Jackson is not an accurate thrower. He's a hell of an athlete and a nightmare of a weapon to try to scheme against because of his legs, not his arm. He won 2 MVPs because of his legs, not his arm. So no, I think it's an apples and oranges comparison. Obviously, the players, Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson, are apples, oranges. But yeah, the Packers legitimately didn't bother trying to get weapons in free agency or the draft. The Ravens have, but like you said, just hasn't panned out.
Lamar Jackson, I'm not a big fan of Lamar Jackson. It doesn't mean I think he sucks. Far from it.
No, I didn't say that either.
Yeah, my thing with Lamar Jackson is he's a run-first guy. I thought the biggest reason they lost to the Chiefs was they went away from that mentality and tried to make him into a gunslinger to outduel Patrick Mahomes, because Patrick Mahomes is the gunslinger, and they wanted to. There's another one with the boobs hanging out. My God, pull that up. That's just his family, Nate Wiggins' family. The woman stands up and she's got a tube top on, but it's it's like she rolled it down. So many, whatever. Anyway, this is what happens when you become a dad. And you now have daughters that are about the age of some of the people that are on this. Now you're like the old grouchy old man going, put some clothes on.
I know, Alan. I'm a girl dad too.
Yeah. But going back to Lamar Jackson, he is not the gunslinger quarterback, and he's never going to be that guy. He's a running quarterback who's built like a fullback and can go out there and run people over. That doesn't mean he's a running back. Don't get me wrong, but he's a guy who trucks people. He runs over people. He's a difficult person to bring down because of his size. Whereas Vic was a difficult person to bring down because of his speed. And that's a huge difference. Lamar he's fast, but he's not a burner. He's just hard to bring down because he's so big. And I think the Ravens understand what kind of quarterback he is.
Mhm.
And I just think they make mistakes sometimes with him, trying to make him into something he is not. And that's the gunslinging quarterback who's going to throw the ball over the yard.
Yeah, and I'm baffled to this day by that AFC Championship game because I have so much respect for John Harbaugh as a coach. And I'm so baffled by that decision. It's like they came into that game, saying to Lamar, of course I'm over exaggerating here, but saying to Lamar, we're not only going to win this game, we're going to win it in this way, like you said, Alan. To give you your accolades so people start recognizing you as just as good as Patrick Mahomes. To hell with that, man. Just win the game.
Right. That's the ultimate overconfidence. We're at home. We can win this game. We are a much more talented team than the Chiefs. We can win this game however we want. We're going to make them look bad, and we're going to try and beat them at their own football by having my quarterback outduel yours. And that's not the way you win that. It's like how Mike Shanahan lost the Super Bowl versus the Patriots when he was the offensive coordinator for the Falcons. I don't want to just beat Tom Brady. I want to humiliate Brady and Belichick by running the score up on them. And it came back and bit you in the ass.
Yeah.
And that was, I think that was the issue for the Ravens this past year. So I'm not surprised by this pick. Now the 49ers and the Bills are left. I still think the 49ers probably look at Leggett as a receiver here. They could go defense, but I don't think there's anything really worth a first-round pick. Brendan, do you see anything like that?
I don't know. I'm also reading on Twitter that there's a lot of teams making calls right now.
Oh, yeah, they always do for this range.
No, the 49ers pick is in.
With the note of this too, guys, remember we've been clowning some of the teams in the NFC South tonight, talking about different things. The Panthers will open up day 2 at 33. Wouldn't be surprised if they trade that pick and try to get multiple picks in the second round or multiple, day 2 picks because they didn't have a first round pick this year. And they're bad. They're a bad football team with not a whole lot of talent. So watch out for that as well.
And they literally need everything.
Yes.
Everything but quarterback. And the only reason why they don't need quarterback is because that's why you don't have a pick this year. Because you took a quarterback last year. But yeah, they need everything on this team. They are starting from ground zero.
Back to the 49ers, I'm thinking they might go interior offensive line. Their O-line is starting to age a little bit.
I have the pick if you'd like it.
What is it?
It is wide receiver Ricky Pearsall.
No.
Wow.
31.
Wow.
Which tells me to also watch for Brandon Ayuk or wouldn't it be something if they traded Deebo Samuel?
If they trade one of the two, it would be Deebo if you're basing it off this pick, because Ricky Pearsall is not an outside receiver. He's a slot specialist.
Yeah.
Real jittery, decent route runner, but he's not big enough. He'll get overwhelmed and press if you line him up outside.
They're showing a list of the players that have walked away from the 49ers, including the defensive coordinator. They fired him. They made him a scapegoat, Steve Wilkes. Like I said, I would have thought defensive line would have been their target right now. But, if I'm getting rid of Deebo Samuel, I would have probably taken Leggett over, the guy they took, only because he just seems more like what Shanahan wants to do with those inside run jet sweeps.
Yeah.
That big physical. He's a Cordell Patterson kind of player. And, It's interesting. I'm curious to see. I can't really be too critical of the GM. Well, I just drew a blank on his name. That's terrible. I remember names from a long time ago, but I'm drawing blanks. And he was a safety, John Lynch. I can't be too critical, except for the Trey Lance pick. He really has nailed a lot of draft picks. So this guy could very well turn out to be, a great player for the 49ers system.
Oh, yeah. My breakdown of Pearsall was, I already said, shifty slot specialist. Excellent route runner. Very good coverage awareness. He sets up man coverage well, finds holes in zones quickly, gains separation not only with decent speed, but also with fakes and disguising his breaks. Very elusive in the open field for jet sweeps, punt returns. Again, the type of things that the Deebo Samuel did for them. Works the middle of the field very well, but has a slight frame, will be manhandled by a physical press, and struggles on contested throw situations.
Yeah.
Buffalo just traded again
to the Carolina
Panthers.
Well, there you go.
Who would be picking 33rd?
They want that 5-year deal.
Yeah.
So they're going
after whoever it is that they want.
Yeah.
After I just said that they should trade down and accumulate more draft picks, they said, you know what? Let's not listen to that guy who lives down the street from us. Shouldn't listen to that guy. Can I put a sign outside my house that says "Trade down, don't trade up"? You think I'll have an angry guy knocking on my door tomorrow?
Well, I think they might be talking to the guy who owns that bar and grill, and he's the one that told them to trade him.
Right.
Get that 30-second pick. Man, that pick has changed hands more. Well, I'm not going to say it. Never mind. This is a family show. I'm going to.
Maybe not this late. You might be able to get away with whatever you're going to say this late.
Right. If it wasn't for the gutter, my mind would be homeless. And I got to reach up and touch bottom here. But yeah, I would say that, they're probably going to look for a wide receiver right here. This is probably Leggett or someone like that. Maybe Polk, maybe Coleman. But they need to get somebody for Young to throw to.
Well, if it makes to throw a little bit in there, I know Leggett met with them multiple times, and he spoke about how incredible it would be to play in his hometown, considering it's the closest team to Columbia, South Carolina. So I could very well see that be the pick, and grab the local kid to close out night one.
Yeah, and I agree with you guys. I think it is going to be wide receiver here, which just it baffles me even more, Buffalo. You've blatantly said F you to Josh Allen not once but twice.
Mm-hmm.
More than that.
Yeah.
And Brendan, you're right. It is Xavier Leggett.
I
will pat myself on the back for once.
I've been pushing this guy's name for most of this evening, too, just because he's a big physical receiver in a league where it looks like everybody's looking for that speed guy. They want that guy who runs the 4.2, 4.3s. They don't want the big physical guys because they want to go deep. Well, Young needs a big physical guy to go over the middle to get these short passes, and that was his strength at Alabama.
Yeah.
A strong running game and quick release by getting rid of the ball to these receivers who go over the middle, and it's all yards after the catch.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you need, especially in the NFC South. The Saints are a bully defense. Atlanta's trying to build a bully defense. Tampa certainly is a bully defense. So these are the kind of plays and players that you need to get to deal with that.
Yeah, and like you said, Alan, and more so to that fact, all three of those teams, the Saints, the Bucks, and Atlanta has tried. All three of those teams have big physical corners who can run.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, yeah, I'm not surprised with this pick at all. So once this is official, who has fallen out of the first round that surprised you so far?
Cooper.
Yeah,
Real quick,
that's
like a guy that a lot of people had being maybe not the best corner available, but a guy that was intriguing at the next level that, like I said, could be moved around and played in a couple different spots potentially.
mm-hmm.
Um, and, I know the return game is definitely changing with some of these new rules, but a guy that was dynamic and electric as well in that spot. So I'm a little surprised to see him drop out of the first round.
Um, I'm only a little bit surprised at that because, like I said, he's a versatile defensive back. Sees the field really well, but didn't look like he really had a home. But yeah, having said that, I did expect him to go at the end of the first round. By the end of the first round, I'd say the guy for me that I'm a little bit surprised dropped out of the first was Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois. I expected him to go somewhere in the early to mid 20s.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I predicted, but I didn't think it would happen that 5 quarterbacks went in the first round. I thought for sure that at least one would fall for day 2, top of the second. Penix was the guy I always had circled as the guy who would probably fall to day 2, only because of his age and his injury history. I'm trying to think. Cooper's probably the one that surprises me. He didn't go at all in the first round, but I think as the night unfolded, first 15 picks in, no defensive players, and you run out of numbers with that. So, only one defensive tackle went in this draft so far. I think that's going to be a big point of emphasis in the second round too.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't say outside of Cooper, I can't say there's anybody's name I'm surprised was not called. I'm just surprised, and I'm surprised at what Buffalo did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I got Buffalo fans on my timeline that are not surprised, but thoroughly pissed off about what Buffalo did to pass on 2 receivers there at the end of the first round. So 6 minutes until it's a new day here in on the East Coast. So let's close it out like this, guys. Saints currently sitting with the 45th pick in the second round. That is currently, I will use that word a lot. Currently, it is their only pick of day 2. I do not believe it will be their only pick of day 2. Bob and I have said that for probably 2 or 3 months now, and I'm sure you guys have talked about it as well on Tuesday nights. So with that, Bob, with the way the board's played out, who would you like to see the Saints target? A name or two that stick out as a potential fit at 45.
I'll give you 3.
Whoa, doing more than what I asked.
Well,
Whoa,
man,
whoa,
I'm an overachiever. What can I say?
whoa.
Screwing me though.
I'll say it again, Jalen Polk. I don't necessarily think the Saints should go wide receiver at 45, but I understand if they do. And I think Polk would be a great fit in Clint Kubiak's offense. Where I would prefer to see the Saints go would be defensive tackle. And the 2 names I'm watching, all 3 of us have sung his praises. T'Vondre Sweat, and a player who isn't quite as big but is just as powerful, does all the same kind of things that a Sweat would do, Chris Jenkins from Michigan.
Like I said, you took all my names. Yeah, I probably have Sweat, my number 1 guy. I think that should be my target, and I think you have a good chance of getting him at 45. And then Polk is probably my number 2. Chris Jenkins, I really thought that's who Carolina was going to try and target at the top of round 2 because he's the son of a former Panther.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. It's a need position. You're bringing home a guy, much like what they did with Leggett. But
Yeah, and you're trying to win fans.
You're trying to get people in the stands because, I mean, this is the team. Remember now, guys, this was a team that they actually showed the fans in a monsoon now, given. But there was like 20 people in the stands.
5,000 tickets distributed for that game.
Yeah.
That was it.
That is, for an NFL game in the 21st century, that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Even teams that say they were moving, like the Cleveland Browns did, like the Houston Oilers did, they had more people in the stands than the Panthers did. And, you know, that's a reflection of the ownership, reflection of the direction of the team, reflection of everything. So, yeah, you need to get a hometown guy to get your fans excited. And because you're in Carolina, you really don't have a home college team to draw from because you're more of a regional team. It's not like LSU with New Orleans or Athens, Georgia for Atlanta. You know, you're not really drawing a college per se, but Leggett fills that need at least, and Chris Jenkins would have filled that need too. So, yeah, my only question to really wrap this up is whether or not the Saints trade down from 45 to try to acquire more picks. I think that's the biggest question I have for tomorrow. What happens?
And I would not be against that whatsoever.
Yeah.
See, I think it's the opposite. I think that if anything, you see the Saints essentially forego the 5th round picks that they have and use that ammo to trade into round 3. Try to fill some gap there.
The issue I have with that, not an issue, but the worry I have with that, Brendan, I don't know that even all 4 5th rounders would be enough to get all the way up into the 3rd. It might buy you a 4th round pick or early 4th, maybe mid 4th round pick. Not sure it gets you into the. I would love if it did, and I still expect that the Saints will trade into the back half of the 3rd, or at worst, early into the 4th. I hope whatever deals they make, they won't have to sacrifice it. They'll be able to keep at least their 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round picks next year.
Yeah, don't have to surrender future assets. That's definitely what you would hope. I'll close on this note. You know, Bob and I have said this for weeks now, and to steal Bob's line, if you know, Bob said if Sweat's on the board at 45, he's Usain Bolting it to get that pick in. So I'm going to kind of echo the same sentiments. And to close it out for sure tonight, guys, I want to grade pick 14, starting with our guest, Alan. How do you feel about the Saints' 1st round selection here in 2024?
I'm going to give it a B+ as of now because he's not the elite tackle that we were looking for, but he's the next level up, and he has the fewest question marks. He has far fewer question marks than, say, a Penning did, or even a Cesar Ruiz did when we took those guys. But you're taking those guys the bottom half of the 1st round. Penning was the 19th pick. I think he has. I think he's a much better player at this point of his development than Penning was. So I'm giving it a B+ because it fills a need. He's just not the elite tackle that we were hoping for.
I'm going to go with B. And I like Fuaga. He was one of the names that I felt would be on the board at 14. And sure enough, he was. I also believe that Fuaga has a higher floor than what an Amarius Mims or a Troy Fontanu, who were both still on the board at the time, did. We all talked about how much you needed a guy that's going to play start at tackle right away for you. And I think based off of Fuaga's experience and abilities that we saw at Oregon State, I think you got exactly that. The Saints had to let the board come to them. They did, and still came away with, I think, a player everybody feels is going to be an immediate starter.
I'll be the optimistic one, and I'll give it an A for the sole purpose of this. They didn't mess it up. That's it. They didn't go another position. They understood the need. They took the best available for that position. And they got their guy. They got a guy who, played 3 years, protected the quarterback well according to the numbers. I know, some people don't always love that stat, and I can say from working in college sports for as long as I did, when you have guys statting for you and you are the home team, the stats typically look a lot better for you when you're playing at home, regardless of what sport it is. So you got to kind of be careful and read between the lines there, and the tape doesn't lie, and that's where you got to see it. But I'm gonna give it an A just solely because they didn't mess it up. And there's been a lot of drafts that we've covered, Bob, where we look at it and in the moment we knew they messed up, and 5 years later we knew they messed up.
Yeah.
Peyton Turner.
Yeah.
I was going David.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But
Peyton
but
Turner,
anyway,
Peyton Turner, I think everybody had rated as a third round pick, bottom of
Yep.
the second round, and went in the first.
Yeah, really reached for him.
Yeah.
I'm still not 100% certain that Sean Payton didn't make that pick from the bar at happy hour.
There's he's got the same name as me. That's cool.
You're right.
Let's get that guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's probably that is probably and the sad part about it is this kid really looks like he has talent, but he can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
It's not a Jonathan Sullivan kind of pick where you're looking at a guy that you traded 2 first-round picks and he's just a fat slob who has no interest in playing good football. It's just this kid can't stay healthy to even prove he was worth the first-round pick. That's probably. I'm glad that they took a player that was highly rated. They didn't go for a project from a small school, and he's got the skins on his wall. It's just we kind of hyped up the elite tackles, and so there's a little bit of disappointment you didn't get that guy, but I think he's a day one starter, and that's what's important. That's what you want out of this. And when we look at this draft, when it's finished, the goal is to get at least 2, if not 3 starters on opening day. And I think you can still get a starter on opening day at pick 45. And that becomes a very good draft because now whatever picks you have left, it's kind of lagniappe. You're hoping that these are good depth players that have roles and they can do things for you. But you need to get starters, and you got one of them already.
I agree. Guys, thanks so much for tuning in to the first round of the 2024 Bayou Blitz Draft-a-thon. We will have more coverage tomorrow. We'll see you guys right about 15 minutes before the draft starts, very similar to what we did today. We will be giving away that Funko Pop tomorrow. So make sure you get your retweets and comments in if you have not. We will give it away at pick number 45. So make sure you guys get your coffee going. Make sure you're tuned in with us, with your coffee, with your dinner, with whatever you need, because the world tour continues. As Bob likes to say about my life, the world tour continues here for the Draft-a-thon. So real quick, Alan, where can people find you, your work, your podcast, and where can they follow you on the World Wide Web?
Now, Bayou Blitz, and you can find me on Under the Dome on Tuesday nights. You can find me on Facebook under Alan Ulrich. I'm in most of the Saints groups that Bob posts his articles to. During the regular season, I post a good, bad, and ugly review of the game not long after the final whistle has sounded. And then on Twitter, I'm at 79 Saints, and I'm all over the place on Twitter. So, you can see a lot of my Saints commentary there as well. So those are my two biggest homes.
Bob Rose, where can people follow you, read up on your draft profiles and some of these guys that do get drafted by the Saints, some of the guys that are still on the board? Where can they follow you and your work leading up to when we return tomorrow night?
Yeah, and I'm literally everywhere. I have published 72 draft prospect profiles. Some of them are about 4 or 5 of them are combined in a few articles, but yeah, I've published 72 draft profiles. I'll probably republish some of those tomorrow, day 2 type of prospects, along with putting out a couple more that I kind of have in waiting. So check those out, and you can do so by following my personal page, Bob Rose on Facebook, at Bobby R 2613 on Twitter. Obviously, on the Saints News Network as well, at Saints News. And currently we have Ross Jackson, John Hendricks, and Kyle Mosley publishing reaction videos, reaction articles, and videos from the interview with Talise Fuaga. So check those out on the Saints News Network. And you can find Brendan and I and Alan in the Bayou Blitz Facebook page, Bayou Blitz Twitter page, at Bayou Blitz Pod, and several other Saints groups as well. But we really need and want your support, and specifically the Bayou Blitz group and the Under the Dome group.
Absolutely.
For myself, you can follow me just about everywhere else that they have already mentioned. I'm in all those groups. You can find me on Twitter at BT Boylan. You can find me on Instagram under the same username. And make sure you follow the Bayou Blitz. Make sure you follow Under the Dome. Make sure you return to join us again tomorrow night as we kick it off and do it all over again. We thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. We will see you tomorrow. Until then, find some peace, spread love, practice positivity. Enjoy your Friday. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Alan. Thank you.